Okay, and how about acting, Glenn? Is there any pointers or anything that caught your eye?
No, yeah, really, like Dawn was saying, the images at the start were really good, and they obviously put across the idea that you were trying to put across. But like I also said that then it kept on going, and it was the same images over again. And was saying, if you've got actors there, you could use them so much more. If obviously he's trapped in the real world and in his head, he's also trapped in the radiator. But that was more something in his hand, a watch that he couldn't go off or something, so he could move around the environment a bit more, so you had him interacting a bit more. So when they started talking at the end, the mum and the son, then I thought, oh right, they've got voices and they've got things to say. But it just seemed a bit too late by the end, and then it was kind of over. But no, the images and the imagery, the trippiness and everything about it was really good, really enjoyed that.
Is there anyone from the audience that would like to say anything or have any questions? Yeah. Oh, sorry. We'll go there, then we'll go there. Oh.
Thank you very much.
I like that too. I like that very much.
Yeah, I like the film as well. I liked the beginning. I really wanted to know what happened. But by the midway point, I stopped wanting to know. Something happened. There's this sort of tipping point where it just lost me. But it really grabbed me at the beginning. And I wanted to know, but then I didn't. I still think it's a great film.
As I say, just unfortunately, it was because we had actors pull out on our last minute. We had to completely. I went to the script director. We had to rewrite the script in about 24 hours, and unfortunately, as I said before, it just didn't quite work.
Okay, well, keeping on the subject of time constraints, can we give them a really, really big round of applause? There we go. Okay, as we talk about timings, we're actually going to have a 5-minute break now. So there is popcorn, 50 pence, up the top there, and conveniences to the side. We'll see you back in 5 minutes.
And when we go back to Q&A, could you relay the question, because on live stream people are saying that they don't know what the question is because they can't hear the audience.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Because like you can hear it in here, but it's just the live stream's not picking up.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing they're saying on live stream is can you try
To
and
relay
get
it.
a mic on the judges, but if you relay the question,
Yeah,
just sum
sorry
them up.
about that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Careful.
We're off, aren't we?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, we're not. Oh.
That's weird.
Hello.
Yeah, we're on. No, we're off. I'm still on here. Okay, so relay questions. Apologies.
That's fine.
I was told that to begin with.
Hello, hello. I'll turn it off for the minute.
Am I on? Am I on? Am I on? Yes, hello.
Has everybody had a good break?
Hoping it's working.
I can't hear it. Is that okay? You had a great break, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. If everyone wants to take their seats, I hope everyone's had some popcorn. Everyone's checked their Twitter and Facebook and probably taken a few selfies. I know I did. Guilty confession. Lovely. So, very exciting now, because we have an all-girl production, which is not enough female filmmakers, but that's me being biased. So it's Mirrored Pictures with their film Contact. Now there's very mild language here. So here's Mirrored Pictures, film Contact, It Only Takes a Touch.
It works. It actually works. Matt,
All right, Jace.
you know that date that you were going to set me up on last week?
The one you pussied out on?
I suppose that one, yeah.
You're ridiculous.
Fancy setting me up on it again?
Just don't do that stupid weird thing you do. Massive turn off for birds.
Don't worry. I've sorted it this time.
Leave that ridiculous bow tie at home.
Why? The ladies love it.
You look like a twat.
Fine. So tomorrow then?
Bit keen, Jace. But you're lucky she's desperate.
Oh, great. I'll let you know how it goes. See you later. Hi, I'm Jason.
Stephanie, really lovely to meet you. Finally.
Nice to meet you too.
I've never really done anything like this before.
Me neither.
So, Matt tells me you are a software designer?
I am, yes. It's a bit boring, but it pays the bills. I get to work from home too. It lets me carry on with my inventing.
Sounds like you need a lot of brains for that.
You could say that. So, Are you a fan of the bow tie then?
Oh, yes. I quite like it. It's quirky. So don't you find it boring spending all the time at home then?
Oh, it's alright. I like to have my own space and do my own thing.
Yeah, me too. It's great just to chill out and do what you want to do.
Let me guess. Do you play the piano?
Yes, I do. How did you know?
I don't know, you just give off that kind of vibe.
Oh, really? What other kind of vibes do I give off then?
Well now, you seem like the very organised type, neat about everything.
Yes, I am quite like that. You're very good at this.
I know.
Are you the same then?
Of course. I hate mess.
Good.
So, do you think Matt did a good job setting us up then?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you seem like such a lovely guy, and I was really scared to begin with. But now, I just don't understand what I was so frightened about. Is it?
I, don't think this is gonna work out.
What?
You seem like a great person, really. I just don't see anything happening.
I really did not expect that.
Double
Vodka
JD and
lemonade,
Coke,
please. Oh, I'm sorry, you go.
Double JD and Coke, please. And vodka lemon and lime?
Oh, you don't have to do that. Here, let me pay.
Don't be silly, it's fine. Consider it my gift to you.
Thank you very much. If you became a billionaire overnight, what would be the first thing you'd buy?
I'm sorry.
Well, what would you buy?
That is a hard one, actually. Probably the first edition of Action Comics, the 1938 edition. Can you believe someone bought it for $3 billion last year? Sorry. Just realised what an insanely geeky answer that was. Let's just pretend I said some fancy overpriced sports car instead.
No, not geeky at all. Just stupid. You should have gone for the first 1939 Marvel edition instead.
What makes that better?
It's just better. Everything. The graphics, the stories.
I think you're wrong.
Well, when you become a billionaire, you can buy both, and we'll see.
That escalated quickly. First I'm buying you a £3 drink, and now a $3 billion comic. I like how you work.
I didn't introduce myself properly. I'm Jennifer.
Love to meet you, Jennifer. I'm Jason.
Oh. Never had a literal spark with someone before.
Trigo electricity, eh? Sorry. My internet just comes out now and again. Would you excuse me for a minute?
Of course.
Sorry about that.
Are you alright?
I'm great.
So, what are you doing in a bar on your own on a Tuesday night, anyway?
I was on a blind date.
Oh, I see. How did that go?
Horrendous. I'm glad I blew her off when I did.
You blew her off mid-date.
To be honest, I didn't see anything happening between us.
Poor girl.
She'll live. I saw a far prettier girl at the bar anyway.
Oh, I see what this is. You know, Jason, for a minute I thought you were different to normal guys.
What?
Goodbye, Jason. It was nice to meet you.
I wanted to keep watching that. I wanted to keep watching, and I wanted to find out what happened. Okay, so could we please have our females mirrored pictures to the stage, please? Should we get you this? Yeah, I think just for the sake of the online streaming, we need us all from. I've also been told for the sake of the online streaming, I need to repeat the questions asked because there aren't mics in the audience. My mistake. So I'm going to pass a microphone over to you, Jess. Okay, so anything you'd like to say before I go to questions? Do you want a hand?
No.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
As you could probably tell, the sound actually dropped twice, which isn't our fault. It's actually like the amps and stuff, but we can't get into the room to solve it. So I just want to sort that problem out, just so you don't think it's us as such. I'm not trying to cover my ground and be like, oh, we didn't like cover it, but you know, somehow. Okay, I'm going to do the really cliche thing and just thank everyone that helped us out in it, because we had like people help us with Foley and people, and obviously Rachel for the After Effects. That was amazing. Everyone that did editing, like Paul, and like directing, and this camera, like it wouldn't all come together, you know, the cliche thing. But so some talk.
I don't. Okay, can we have some questions?
Yeah. Should we, let's think acting. We'll go to Glenn first, I think, if that's okay. So I need to repeat your question for the sake of, because we're live online. Oh, yay. I don't need to.
Hello. Hello. Well done, fantastic. Really enjoyed it. Great story, great script. If something like that had come through to me and I'd read that script, I'd have been all over it. I'd be really excited about something like that. The acting was really good, really natural, nice. Where did you find your actors?
Well, I'd put casting calls like out everywhere, but most of them came through Casting Call Pro.
Okay.
So that's where most of them came from.
Fantastic. And it's very, very sort of Charlie Brooker, Black Mirror kind of stuff.
That's like our inspirations.
Yeah, very much so. I really enjoyed it. Well done.
Thank you.
And how about Lorne? If we could have some questions and feedback from you, please, Lorne.
Okay. I want to find out a little bit about the narrative and where you were thinking of pushing it, how far you think you pushed it, and did you push it far enough?
Yeah. Well, do you want to talk about like the original idea?
Okay. Well, it was kind of originally my idea, and I was just like looking into Black Mirror, as we said, and different films like that, because I didn't want to do a classic student film, like something, twist it around a bit and try something a bit different that we could push ourselves at and be a bit of a challenge. So I thought of doing sort of a sci-fi genre, but obviously with budgets and stuff, it's quite difficult to do like full-on futuristic stuff. So we thought using the Black Mirror kind of natural, like everyday, like it is now, but use the contact to add that kind of sci-fi element, and then.
So then from this we kind of came up with the idea of like using an inventor as a way of kind of using him as the narrative, so the audience will follow him like through what he does, and we kind of wanted to just leave it on like an open narrative, so you see him go through all this trouble, all this work, doing this contact, but then at the end we have no idea what happens. Like he leaves his contact behind, he leaves the technology kind of thing he's been using as like a safety blanket, and he just goes off and we're just left to like wonder, basically.
So sort of themes. Tell me about the themes that you've explored.
Great. So our main theme, I would say, is about how you can't change your fate and how technology is kind of taken over. But even with this takeover, naturally we fall in love with the people we fall in love with. You can't change that. So yeah, I'd say that's probably our main theme, isn't it? And how technology is all the world now.
Good. Overall, lots of good stuff. I won't go into every element. I mean, you've had feedback from me already on the details, but from a production point of view, you know, nice opening location. You've created a location there as well for his lab. You've managed to source and secure a really nice bar location, even though I can see great background work there from some of you, you know. So overall, there's lots of good stuff. And I think that the difficult thing, and the thing to really, you know, for next year to push this even further, you know, to try and mirror sci-fi to essentially a sweet, romantic type story is difficult to do. And I think with all the elements, sound, image, After Effects, I think you've managed to really weave those in very well. I really enjoyed it. Just want you to keep pushing further and further. You know, it's different, but I think you've produced something that's really nice.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Carl, anything you'd like to say?
Can you please shout?
Yes, talk very loudly, or I can repeat it.
It's a girl machine, I say. You're always working, and it always shows in your work. Ever since the first year, you've been fantastic. I can't wait to see you individuals in your third year. Just a couple of things. The bar scene, where the whole that is a bar, right?
Yeah.
What made you choose that specific location?
It was more, we looked up different kind of bars, and because originally it kind of was a speed dating thing that we were going for, and because the natural colours in there are red and stuff, and it's a natural location that's close to us, it was easy to secure, and yeah, it was just more the colours and stuff.
My one problem with that location, was that because of the lighting, it meant that there were huge contrasts between what was exposed and what was really dark. Like you couldn't see half his face, for example, because of the lighting. And I kind of thought to myself when I was watching it that it would be really nice if the lighting was a bit more balanced in that particular scene.
What we went for as well is with the lighting and stuff like that. I did a lot of post-production work on lighting as well to try and brighten it up a bit, because it was a bit dark, as you said. However, we wanted to with the lighting, we sculpted the face and stuff like that. And when he has the contact in, we wanted to give him an air of mystery, and you don't really know who he is, and he's confident, jerk type person that he's not when he doesn't have it in. He's, you know, more of a natural kind person. He could get on with the second girl, until he puts the contact in again, and he kind of ruins his chances. So we did want to have that kind of sculpting lighting to add that mystery to him for that bit.
I really liked the detail in it as well. You know, when you brought that sound effect in to remind us that he had it in, it was never too much. It was always just enough to just remind us that it's there. I'd really like to see a longer version of that. The one thing I'd like to ask you is, did you ever, at any time during the making or during the conceiving of that film, consider changing the roles whereby it would be the girl who had the advantage and not the guy?
We didn't, no.
Yeah, because originally we had it as set as the idea that everyone had this contact, so it was a speed dating thing, and they could kind of bounce off each other. And I think we did come up with the idea of maybe using a female inventor, but then kind of went against it and thought that even though it's stereotyped, but I didn't want to kind of create a character that was a stereotypical inventor anyway. So I've added the running scene in to make him seem like a more natural person. So even though it's not really cliche, but kind of we thought that using a female would kind of seem a bit more, I don't know, unbelievable in a sense, because even though it's still cliche, it's still kind of what you would expect in that kind of inventor kind of thing. Yeah.
Which is why I think it would have been quite interesting if the roles were reversed. But I think that's just a matter of
Maybe we'll do it.
Yeah, in our feature film, we'll the sequel.
But apart from that, I really enjoyed it. I thought to see the amount of work that you put into it, and I like the script, I like the idea. I would love to see a longer version. Really good fun.
Absolutely, I want to keep watching. So, Karen, you're more documentary expert, but from a viewer
No, I really liked it. I think it's really good to hear what Carl's saying, that you're actually being complimented and he wants to see a different version and extended. How long was it?
Just under 10.
Just under 10.
Okay. And I think, like Lorne was saying, I think he was trying to prize it out of you in the narrative senses. Twists and turns are really interesting, actually, and it just felt like it nicely tidied itself up, and there was so many different things you could have done with it. Had you contemplated that he had seen in the future and he had seen that she had got ill, but he still loved her?
Yeah, we had.
That's what I thought they're really going to play on this. They're going to play that he falls in love about 5 years and at 10 years.
Original idea.
Okay. All right. So that's really interesting to talk to the lecturers about. You could expand that film, and I think it can go into so many deeper ways. But that's actually a good compliment for me, because everything else is great. Editing, light, camera, post-production, it's just right on it. It's really good. Well done.
I absolutely loved it. I was hoping that the girl would put the contact lens in since she'd made a mistake. I was like, send it in the post. You know, I really want to see more. Anybody from the audience, anything they'd like to say? Gentleman over there in the green top.
I just wondered, during production, did you come across any crisis situations? And if you did, just wondered how you overcame them?
Any crises, situations, anything that you had to overcome, hurdles?
Yeah, well, there's many, in any pre-production, there's always problems that you come across, and there's always things that you have to overcome, but you have to just think on your feet and just do it as quick as you can. Our main problem was probably our actors, that because it was quite dialogue based, that we really needed to try and find actors that could act. And although, because we have obviously like we have other stuff, that we didn't have time to see these actors in play, so we did lots of like Skype auditions and stuff to get this to come together, and because we had like quite a lot of shooting days that were very long, that it kind of made it more difficult to get everyone together, and especially with extras, because that bar was empty. It was, as you can probably guess a little bit, that we kind of had to use part of the team. We had to like create ambience. We literally had to work with what we got, and it's just one of those things that you have to overcome.
Absolutely.
Was that its natural ending, or were you able to, was there another scenario where, because it's left kind of quite...
Yeah, we were gonna. There was like many different stories and many different endings, and one of them was an actual like, because she was going on a date as well. That's why she was there, and then we was gonna. Sorry, that poster just fell down and really confused me. And she was gonna like leave and like spot him coming in, and she was gonna write a note saying like, "Do you want to save me?" kind of thing. So then he would go and help her, but we kind of came to the conclusion that the
technology was kind of that the like technology was kind of ruining his chances with women, that he needed to just step away and be with fate, as it is.
It's nice there were lots of different ways, like everyone was saying, they could have gone, and it kind of, you know, you were kind of guessing all the time which turn you were going to take. And
yeah, we left.
Yeah, really well done.
We left. No, just say we left quite an open ending as well. So we also had the ending where we thought, obviously, the contact is like wiped away from the bar. But we wanted someone else to come and pick it up. You didn't see who it was, just kind of steal it away again. But then we're like, would this person actually know what this contact is and stuff like that? And we thought, yeah, why would they just put the contact in there? I don't know. Obviously, there were a few issues, and we thought, like we've always been told, and we've learned from like our past experiences with short films, that open endings and like leaving stuff to the viewer is always a better idea. And we find that it works out better. So in the end, we'll just like leave it open, like have kind of signify that something else might happen, but without giving too much away.
Just as a side note, bow ties are definitely cool. Bit of a Hoovian over here. Could we have a big round of applause, please, for Mirrored Pictures? So, we've gone from all girls to all boys. We're not dividing this. This isn't well, it is a competition, but it's not a gender-based thing. But we do now have Monochrome, and they have their film, which comes with a mild language warning, and it's A Dying Ember. All it needs is a spark to reignite a dying ember.
Frankie Miles coming up to the final third of the race. He's looking favourite to win this one. He just needs to keep this pace up. Frankie Miles on the home straight. He doesn't look like he's giving this one up. He's done it. He has done it. Frankie Miles, the county cycling champion. Once again this year he proves to be the best. This man is incredible. The county champion once again.
Hey, Dad. All right. Yeah, I was just wondering what time you were going to be getting home this evening. I was going to cook us dinner. You know, something nice like spaghetti bolognese. Oh, well, KP's gone home early. Had to catch a bus, so I've got to clear up. Oh. No, that's fine. Also, I don't suppose you know where Mum's scarf's gone, do you? Not your mum's scarf. Oh, for Christ's sake, Marley, I told you to look after it and keep it safe. Look, I'll see you a bit later then, all right?
Okay, lovely. Have a nice day. Thank you. What have you done now, Miles?
I came off on the way to work and I've unsynced the gears.
Let's have a look. Yep, you've blown the rear mech. That's going nowhere in a hurry. I'll tell you what, why don't you try this one out? Used to be an old bike of mine. She's a bit worn out, but still a good runner.
I couldn't possibly. Or at least let me give you some money for it, just in case something happens.
No, son, it's all yours. Just don't do what you did with your last bike, okay? You know your father doesn't know what he's doing. You're a bright lad, and I've seen you cycle. Why don't you take the rest of the day off? Try out the bike. You're in tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Well, you can tell me how it goes, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. See you then.
Oh, and Marley, tuck in your shirt. You're on my bike now.
If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
What? What's that bike? Where'd you get that from?
Do some work.
Yeah, and what did I tell you about having fucking bikes downstairs?
Piss off, Dad.
What did you say to me? You keep pissing around on that stupid bike. When are you going to start acting like an adult? I'm living here alone, slogging it away every single fucking day to keep us under a roof. And you're going around on that stupid bike. Just act like a normal 19-year-old. And think about your studies, Marley, for Christ's sake. Well, piss off!
Marley, come here a minute.
I'll be there in a minute, I've just got to finish this.
I'll forget about that. We're not paid enough anyways. Listen, Marley, I've seen your cycle. You're good. You're very good. Now, there's a race at the Orbital tomorrow, and you can enter up until 10:30 tomorrow morning. Now, get up there, sign up. I'll take you there myself, but you need to be at the top of your game.
I don't know, I'm not much of a cyclist.
Listen, son, you need to believe in yourself. Your father had to back in the day. Now it's your turn. Your moment. Your future, Marley.
Keep going, it's good! Yeah, come on! Come on! Go on, son! Go, Marley, go! Yes!
It needs dedication and passion to get to the very top, Marley. Things don't come easy. You either have it or you don't.
If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? All that I am, all that I ever want is here in your perfect eyes. They're all I can see.
Wow. Can I just say, I was looking at some of those camera shots thinking, God, that's brilliant. Someone's got a GoPro. Brilliant, brilliant shots. So, can we have monochrome up here, please? Well done. We're looking very smart, too. Need a microphone. Who would like the microphone?
Yeah, just want to say big thanks to the applause at the end. This film wouldn't be a film without our main star, Andrew, who's in the audience today. It started off with focus on Martin, the younger character, but then we realised that things a bit changed, and we wanted to go with Andrew. Really strong performance from him. Yeah, just a big thanks to him.
Fantastic. Now, talking about camera work, because that's really stood out for me, can we go to you, Carl, please?
Yeah, it was really good. But again, you guys are pretty consistent. So no, I really enjoyed it. The only thing, going the shot driving past the peloton, you could have driven a lot slower so we can see peloton a bit better. It was a bit of a rush past the peloton. But apart from that, all the shots were really, really nice. The sound levels were consistent throughout. A really good choice of shots. The only thing I would say, if I had to be critical, would be I think it rushed a bit the last bit. I would like to see another few minutes of development as to where the father came back to support the son. He seemed to come from nowhere.
I think we struggled to film the last race segment, and that might be part of it. You know, we sort of didn't quite anticipate the scale and how fast the cyclists would be moving. They were doing averages of 22 to 30 miles an hour, and bless our actor, he couldn't really keep up, neither could we. So it was, a great experience to film something. You know, I've never done really live action like that. You know, just we didn't even know the route they were taking. You know, whether that's we should have planned better, I don't know. But yeah, it was interesting. So we tried to work with what we had. Thanks.
Glenn, our actor in residence, we're not going to make you get on a bike and go fast. Anything that you...
Bikes for me, thank you. No, really enjoyed it. I love the dynamic between the father and son. What kind of qualities did you look for in your actors to portray those characters?
I would say we kind of had a vision right at the start. We had three actors. We wanted all three actors to have their own sort of characteristics. So we were very set on that. Obviously Frankie, he's gone off the rail a little bit. We knew that, you know, he's got these qualities of being a bit, I don't know, distressed, not being really a father figure to Marley. The young boy, and Marley is obviously quite determined. You know, he's there. He's coming from school. He's cycling from school. He has a part-time job down at the cycle shop, and then he's kind of, you know, making his own sandwiches. We kind of thought he's self-dependent in a way. And then there's Neil, the cycle shop manager. He kind of takes Marley under his wing, as if like he kind of says, look, you know, you've got something in cycling, you know, you're a good cyclist. You know, he goes out on his bike every time and he's seen him cycle, and Neil being sort of like a father figure, he gets into this race, and Frankie sort of catches on that. He kind of changes his ways, and that's what we wanted. He wanted to sort of Frankie to change his ways, and he sort of, you know, he's got his suit on, he's you know, he's ready to congratulate his son, and we tried to portray, because with the cycle race, you know, we couldn't keep, you know, Martin, bless him, like, there were two cars, you know, Reese was there filming in the first car, I was behind in the second car picking Marley up when he was struggling behind on the hill, so I was getting the bike in the car and then going and then going ahead of the race again. It was ridiculous. But, you know, he struggled, so we thought we'd change that, not winning the race. He didn't have the effort to beat the pack because they were going so quickly. So we had him dropping off, and we tried to, and whether, you know, he failed or whether he won, Frankie was congratulating him, you know, of his success.
He won in a sense. Yeah. I was going to say, he's just won in a sense that his dad's now back with him. It wasn't really the race, it was the fact that now he's won in his mind because he's now got his dad back.
That's lovely.
Very good.
Okay, Lorne.
Hi guys. Yeah, I think Carl has summarised a lot of the good stuff, a lot of good camera work, to the point of showing your skills off in places, I think. But I think the opening shot, very, very good. I'm interested, I want to talk about story and narrative. Just tell me, what was the running length of the film?
It's like 9 minutes 40 something.
Okay, because obviously these are 9 to 12 minutes. I think it needs probably 2 more scenes. I think from a narrative point of view, I think maybe Carl alluded to it, that it gets to certain points very quickly, and I've written words down like needs to breathe. needs that scene. The key aspect of the story I think you've talked about is the relationship between Marley and his father. Now, we jump from the scene in the hallway to suddenly, from a father's point of view, suddenly to the race. You need elements of that conflict rising to a point, because it gets there too easily. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I totally agree. I think we all said as a four that we were missing a few bits. I think as well, on top of that, we were missing the bike shop owner Neil having a tussle, maybe a sort of strong word with Frankie, and sort of Neil going, well, sort yourself out, and that relationship. We needed all three really to connect, and I think I totally agree. We missed Neil with Frankie, and we missed Frankie with Marley. I mean, when we was editing, we was all saying that we miss, it sort of jumps from Marley and then Frankie being, oh yeah, I'm with my son. So we totally agree, but I think we just missed that in the shoot.
Yeah. So when we tried to let it breathe when we were editing, especially with the shots with the the cycling through with the sun in the background. And I think Tom is right, and you're right. It needed that extra little, something between Neil and Frankie just to tie it all together. I think. And we had especially with the.
Just the tiniest thing, just to connect, like one said, just to connect the story together.
It's really a key part of storytelling, and that's that's the whole point of the level 5. You're learning what makes a story, and it's technically all the cinematic elements, but from a story point of view, there's key moments, and you've identified those as well. That's good. I think there's some really good shots. I want to ask you about the. I'm ignoring. There was levels. There was some problems with levels. I'm assuming that's probably
it dipped out a couple of times.
It dipped out, but I think there was just some levels. But I'm interested in the music as well. Just tell me about the music at the end, especially the track.
Well, basically, it kind of just it was a bit of like a free flowing. When we're on set, we like to sort of have a bit of free flowing environment. We're not that scheduled. We try, that's just how we are. And our actor was sitting down and he picked up a guitar. We were doing some scenes inside the house, and he just picked up a guitar and started playing some music, and we just got in there and recorded it, and he sort of acted as in character. We weren't sure whether we were going to use it in the film. It didn't quite work in the end, but we decided we liked the song so much and the sort of like the way it gave it, like the film, some authenticity to it, that we wanted to use it. So we changed it a bit and made it a bit more like oral, like a bit more choiry for the film. And then at the end, we tried to make the audience realise it is him, who the character all along, who's been doing this song.
I think the issue I'm trying to allude to is the copyright.
Yeah.
Because you're using a copyright song there. Well, whoever's performing it doesn't, but you're using a copyright song.
Yeah.
So that would preclude you from any external festivals. So that's a key thing, and something we encourage you to not go down the copyright route. So I think you need to look at that. If you do think about taking this forward and put it into festivals, you need to look at that, because you're not going to get permission, I doubt, for that track.
Yeah.
So there's lots of good things in there. We can go into the detail later on, but and there's certain elements which is quite dialogue-led story, which is a little bit dialogue-led in places, but overall some really good work. Tweaking and pushing story would but I think you've recognised that. So well done, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Karen.
I'm not going to say very much. I liked it a lot and stuff, and I'm really pleased to see you kind of progressing. From the first semester, you learnt from the first semester mistakes, which is really good. But I agree with what everyone's saying and stuff. That is, everyone seems to be ending their films today very quickly. You had those extra few minutes to develop the story and stuff, so it all feels very quick and forced on us. And again, copyright issue, adjust it and stuff. But well done, really good work.
Cheers.
Yeah.
It's only running to 9:40 at the moment, so there's got 2.5 minutes, even within this parameter to make that work. And I think that's
Fantastic. Anybody? Sorry.
Well, I just think I think what we were worried about was it just dragging, and that was in, you know, our editor, you know, me and Sean editing. We didn't really want it to drag and be boring, you know. So we wanted, you know, because of the cycling theme, we wanted it to be quite fast paced, moving through quite quickly, keep you interested. But yeah.
You've got to like the film. You should never rush to the exit door
Yeah.
unless you want to. Because, you know, if you think that, I don't think it was boring. I don't think it was boring. I think maybe you just saw it too much and didn't give yourself a break.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Any comments from the audience? Oh, I'm going to go here first to the lady in the cardigan.
Hello. I was left wanting a lot more, but I can understand why you ended it the way you did, and you may have thought people might think it is boring. But for me, I wanted more.
Yeah.
I wanted more, and I would be quite happy to watch it for 15 minutes because it was interesting, and you know, it was one of those things that is showing us an aspect of life that maybe we're not all into or know a lot about. So very, very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely,
Thank you.
absolutely. And was there a gentleman at the? There we go, up there.
Which one of you guys wrote this?
Joe.
Obviously, this film of role models is quite a big theme. Is it a theme that you wish to like extend further into other projects? Like you want to keep this theme?
It's interesting you said that actually. First, hang on. Was it first semester? Yeah. Last semester, we made a film about cycling too, and that was our inspiration in a way. We made a film. It was for Masterclass 1, and we just really liked the cycling sort of element and the shots that came with it. You know, you probably saw quite a few movement shots, and that's what we liked, and we wanted to make that into a longer sort of drama. It was too short for our likings. It was 3 minutes or something like that.
What I say is like the theme of role models though, is that a theme that you guys wish to explore even further? Because that particular theme is endless. You can go
Yeah, I think so. That's why, you know, Marley doesn't necessarily win the race, but the role between his father and him, and whether Neil becomes like a father, you know, which he does. Yeah, I do think we definitely have tried to explore it, and I think we will continue to explore it, because I think it's something that defines everyone, you know, what you look up to, who you don't look up to. I think it's, you know, a very prominent thing. And I think with regards to what Joe said about the cycling, I think we were just, you know, there's something about cycling, it's like a freedom, you know. You just, you get on a bike and you go somewhere, you don't know where you're going, you just keep pedaling. And I think, you know, that's what we wanted to kind of explore, an escapism. Yeah. Cheers.
Absolutely. Can I have a huge round of applause, please, for Monaco Media? Karen.
Can I just say thank you from the audience there? It's actually really important. The feedback was really good because the students know what they're going to hear from us, so they've been hearing it for like 2 years. So I do encourage you, please ask questions of them, and you know, it's really nice to hear people saying I enjoyed it, I didn't enjoy it, and given a reason for it. More of that, please.
You're right there, actually, because we have some ex-students here, don't we, today? Is that correct? Hello! Do you remember this well? Okay, we're going to have another short 5-minute break, and then we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. Thank you.
You did a very good job. Good.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just messing up a lot.
Oh, and I've got my mic on.
I just messed up. Come on, guys, let's all get sat down and get this going. Not that I'm hungry for lunch. Maybe a little bit. Oh, there's more at the back. Got more. Okay, welcome back. I spent the last 5 to 7 minutes trying to pronounce the next film. So let's give it a go. This is live, so wish me luck. Okay, so next I would like to introduce Cosmic Pictures with their film, Surreptitious, The Man We All Thought We Knew.
How long have you known your husband, Mrs. Green?
We've been married for 3 years, but I suppose I've known him for nearly 4.
Nearly 4. So it's fair to say that you got married rather quickly.
That's a matter of opinion. What are you trying to tell me?
It's not a matter of what we are trying to tell you, Mrs. Green, but is there anything else that you want to tell us about your husband that may be of police interest?
Look, Olivia doesn't know about, well, my past, all right?
Is there anything that you have hidden from her?
Well, not everyone's comfortable with their past, are they?
Well, according to our records, Mr. Green, you barely have a past.
I don't understand why my past's got anything to do with this. I mean... Wait. You're not seriously trying to point me towards some death of a homeless guy, are you? I mean, I know I've got some sketchy past, but seriously, I'm not a murderer.
Would you like a lawyer before we continue, Mr. Green, or are you happy to continue?
No, I'm fine to go on. I've not got anything to hide.
Interview with the suspect name of Trey Green. Mr. Green, when did you first ever interact with the deceased Trey Green?
A long time ago now.
Please try to be as precise as you can for the sake of the records.
Must have been 4 or 5 years ago now.
Yo, who is this?
No, that's not me. No, bye.
I don't care, you know.
What's up, my man?
Come on, man, you ain't gotta be like that. I seen you, you gotta see me at least a few times. This is my spot.
You, high or something, or you want something?
Gotcha. You ever seen Training Day?
Yeah, I have. Kinda surprised you have, though. But, look, I haven't given you anything, you haven't given me anything, so what are we doing here?
I could help you. I know things. Like when it's safe for you to come around and do your thing.
You know, no offense, dude, but kinda got this on my own, so...
You're a lone wolf, huh?
Yeah. Here. Have that. And, I'll see ya when I see ya.
Trey. The name's Trey, and, thanks, I guess. You're polite.
So you bought drugs from this spot often, but you only spoke to him once?
Well, not once, but I couldn't give details of every time I spoke to him. Like I said, I was into drugs back then. Things were all hazy.
Well, lucky for you, a number of people in the area don't recognize a man of your description going by your name. Apparently your homeless counterpart made more of an influence.
Well, what could I say? He was more of a people person, and well, I wasn't.
Until you met your wife.
Well, Olivia was different, you know?
We're just trying to get a better picture of your relation to the victim. People we have interviewed in the past have described someone who the deceased Mr. Green was really close to. We are just exploring all possibilities before making this a cold case. We have reason to believe that this had to do with drugs, so I must ask you to disclose the identity of your drug dealer or whomever it was you met under the bridge.
Yeah, no, I'm nearly there. What's that? Dude, watch out!
So, if I may summarize, and please tell me if you think I'm misquoted or anything. You are unsure of the exact dates of any of your encounters with the deceased. You first met the deceased in the mid-2009 and had unrelated encounters with him. You only recall one conversation in which the deceased claimed to have the same name as you, something you believe to be a joke. In most encounters, you say Mr. Green was intoxicated or under the influence of drugs, something you say was common.
Yeah. That's a pretty accurate description of my relationship with the deceased, yes.
Well, that will conclude our interview, Mr. Green. I can only thank you for your contribution.
Great, so I'm no longer a suspect?
You're free to go, Mr. Green. If you wish to wait for your wife, the waiting room is available.
Wait, what have you got Olivia here for?
As it was your name, Mr. Green, that triggered the investigation, we decided to interview both of you.
Livy, look, come on, this is just all one big misunderstanding.
No, fuck off with that bullshit. I know you're a good liar, Trey, but don't fuck me about like you did then.
What? Oh, that's unfair. Look, you know I had to lie to them. I had to tell them a few stories, of course, but you don't want me to go to prison, do you?
Did you kill him?
Oh, God. What? Come on. I knew he was just trying to get in your head. I knew he'd try and squeeze something out of you, but you didn't tell him I was a drug dealer, did you?
Of course not.
Good, because that's really unfair, you know, Livy. I mean, I did that all for you. I gave it
I
up.
know all that. You know I know all that. It's just you fucked up or I fucked up. One of us did, and it's put me on the edge. And now,
Look, I know. Look, tell me what you told them. Tell me what you told them.
first you tell me.
No. Just you tell me what you told them so I can get the story straight.
No. You kept me in the dark with all of this. So for once, you can tell me. Fill me in.
Fine. Look, I told them he was some junkie. He was in the background. He saw some deals when I was with my guy, you know?
And was he?
Was he what?
Just some junkie you would bump into.
Kind of. I hired him sometimes to secure some deals. Here, look. Here's your money. Take it, count it, I don't care.
I deserve more.
What do you mean? What else can I provide for you then, Trey?
A nice home. A nice girl.
Yeah, here we go.
And a cat.
Serious? Are you serious? Is that it? Is that everything? I mean, what do you think I make here, Trey? We had a deal. A deal. You let me borrow your name. You look after my dealings. And everybody comes out on top. You help me out with a couple of deals. I look after you. Now, I've held up my ends of the deal. What about you?
I suppose.
Exactly! Now take your fucking money, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Or not.
Whoa! Oh! Yeah. Oh. Oh.
And that's it.
I didn't want to do it. Look, I panicked, alright? I panicked! Come on! Please! Please! Stay!
Fantastic. So do we have Cosmic Pictures available to come to the stage, please? Okay, who wants to take the microphone?
It's me.
Yeah, okay. Go on. Anything you'd like to say before we go to the judges?
Kayla wants me just to it's Cosmic Productions. I'm very sorry to
Sorry.
have to correct you like that.
Did I say Cosmos or thinking about lunch?
Thank you. Thank you for the applause, everyone. We worked as hard as we could on this one, and there was a lot of stress on the way, but we're glad we made it here. I wrote the story. It was something I know was very convoluted. I'm not sure if everyone followed it very well, but I was trying to be creative as I could. Caleb was on camera. We tried to shoot as well as we could, get creative. And much more to say about it.
I think the main problem we were facing is, will the story come across clearly? Because it's a guy who has not multiple identities, but he's kind of an identity thief. And we thought that, would that be clear to everyone? So we kind of tried our best, and we kind of thought the flashbacks would help that. And one of the main things I enjoyed on this film is the challenge it faced of trying to portray that. So I don't know if you noticed, a very key element in the film is the use of mirrors, and I found on cinematography that using the mirrors would symbolize the fact that he has different identities, that he's an identity thief, and so that was my way of doing that on camera.
Straight to the judges. Keep hold of it. You're going to
questions.
You're going to need it.
Ready, yeah.
Okay. So let me see. I think I'll go to Lorne first, if that's okay, Lorne. Since you got the mic, that was handy, wasn't it?
I've got the mic. Mic's with me. Okay. Tell me about the title. Define the title and what the impact of the title is on the theme and story.
For those of you who aren't walking dictionaries, I believe surreptitious actually means like when you have something to hide that you'd be very ashamed of, which was the case for the main character. Like he lied to the police, and in the long run, it kind of led to him admitting it to his wife, and she left him for it.
Okay. I think there are elements of there's potential story, there's potential interesting subject that you're covering. Identity theft is quite a big subject, at the moment, and you've attempted a subject that's very current, and that's good. I think there are problems. I think there are problems now. If I just talk about narrative and story for the most part, I think there's a from the concept to all the elements of cinema, there's a sort of mismatch really, and I think that's, you're relying on an interrogation, and in short films to rely on interrogations can lead you down a road of very dialogue heavy, explaining a story through dialogue and interrogation. It's a short film. Short films have their own genre, their own type. They're not, a short version of Broadchurch or a short snippet of a series. They have much longer times to get us into character and explain, the twists and turns of detective thrillers, if you like. So I think that's an issue. It's generally how the short film concept created into a short film itself with all those elements. Having said that, there are some good elements. I think, particularly the shot I'd like to, the shadow shot at the end, you know, of the two. I think that worked very well. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more of that in elements. If I was really being picky with that, I would have a little tickle of light as well, just to pick them out a little bit. There's a lack of, with that, you know, there's a lack of atmosphere, and I mean that in sound and also cinematic atmosphere as well, how sound and image work. I think the location issue you've had has really stamped, you know, that interrogation. Just tell me about the location, the interrogation location, what other options you considered?
Yeah, we did try get one location that we kind of struggled with at first, and I think it kind of came down to scheduling. After a while, we had to really find somewhere soon, and we eventually came down to working with what we could get. We tried with the room though. I thought it was all right.
I think that's the problem is the interrogation itself. You know, you're relying on interrogation to tell the story, and that's in a way quite boring for an audience. But I think also the location you've chosen has restricted very, very much how you make that interrogation interesting. So you've got one of the police officer female against a wall, and it's almost you've only got one choice of shot to use. Maybe you've used the side, and again with him you've used side and close-ups. And because of the space, you've not been able to light it correctly. You've not been able to make that interrogation really interesting and really start playing with. You know, interrogations can be interesting, but it's lacking that interest because of the location you've probably chosen. But there are elements there, there's potential with that story and potential with the theme, but it's just connecting it to those cinematic storytelling ways. I think it sounds like to me, or looks like to me, you've tried to cut around some of those problems in the edit, and I think you've achieved a certain amount there of trying to cut around that. But it's a tough one. It's a tough theme to pull off.
Shall we go to Glenn? Let's talk about some acting.
Thank you. Hi everyone, well done. It was a very, like Lorne was just saying, very dialogue heavy. Was it very, with regards to the script and the directing, was it very structured, or was there some improvisation? Were the actors allowed to kind of flow with it a bit?
Well, I think our main actor, who played Trey, like I think he actually embraced the role quite well. I think he really read into the script, and he was asked quite a lot of questions about what sort of person the character was supposed to be. I'm not sure about everyone else's roles, but
with the husband and wife in the front room after the interrogation, there was quite a lot going backwards and forwards, and it was felt quite natural. I just wondered if that was improvised or whether that was scripted.
Oh no, that was scripted.
Okay.
The only other issue we had with actors was our female detective. Unfortunately, we got mixed up in the conversations, and we actually had someone else, but then contacted the wrong person to come down. So on the day, we were just as confused, and it was. Yeah.
It's okay. It's not like it's online. They'll never know.
Well, that was very well done.
So they're not watching. Okay, can we go to you, please, Carl?
As Dawn pointed out, the silhouette shot was really nice. I really enjoyed that. Really nice to see. Also, there was another shot where Tyler, one of the actors.
Tyler, our homeless guy, is up in the right corner. Wave
Hi,
to everyone.
guy.
Round of applause, yeah.
Well done. Well done.
When Tyler's in the actual alcove, there's a really high contrast between the light and the dark areas, which I thought, the camera was you, was it Karen? I thought that was a really difficult shot to do. You split the exposure, but as well as you possibly could under the circumstances.
Yeah.
If I was taking that shot, I would probably have chosen a different location because I think you were really well done.
Thank you.
You made the right decision. But you made another decision and said, listen, I think it's too contrasting, we need to find somewhere else. Even if you waited further in the day when the sun came down over
Yeah, yeah. Because the contrast I actually also managed to do in editing was I wanted the interrogation to be quite a dull situation. I wanted to be quite dark lit, so there was that sense of mysterious behind it. And then the flashbacks we did want to be as bright as possible to like connotate the real story behind it.
Okay. I thought a lot of the camera was really good, actually. So
Thank you. It was my first time being on camera, other than, so I tried.
Good job. Just a couple of things. First of all, I found the house where they lived in, the couple lived in, unbelievable.
Not their house.
No, that's correct.
As in, you didn't think it was their house. Okay.
Wouldn't live in a house like that. And I'm not Lloyd Grossman or anything like that. And the second thing is, when you first got on the stage as a group, you were all apologising before anybody even asked you a question. Like, we tried, So what kind of dynamics did you have as a group?
I mean, like all groups we do face a lot of issues and troubles, and this isn't an actual issue, but I am the only full honours student in my group. They all study something else as well as media production, so trying to get our schedules together were extremely difficult, especially me and Zach having part-time jobs as well. So the fact that most of the groups had exact same days off out of the week, we didn't. So we kind of had to go with 3 hours in the morning or 2 hours in the evening. We didn't exactly have a full day together, but that was probably the only issue we had. I mean, it was good to experience each other's strengths and weaknesses. And oh no, I know. Yeah. I mean, I think it's just because we felt we could have done better. There was a lot we could have done better.
With production, I was the producer, and I think there was quite a lot of issues with locations and actors. I think all 3 of the original actors dropped out before we even got to the filming, and one of them was last minute, and the locations were last minute, so we sort of felt if we planned it a bit, I think anyway, if we planned it a bit better, it would have turned out a lot better. I feel like we were sort of rushed in that sense, and if we planned a bit better, it would have been a lot better. And I think all of our roles, we'd never done it before. We sort of mixed it up and thought we'll change it, and I think that's another thing that we overcame, is trying to adapt to these new roles.
Karen, is there anything you'd like to say?
I think what Carl's trying to get at is, it's really good you've been really honest. Really, nice to hear clear answers, Kayla, to a question. Don't you get up and start apologising. It's just not the thing to do, is it? It's not what you're taught as well. But it's really good to be honest as well. And you're an unusual dynamic group because of your different degrees and things. But I'm just going to open it up to everyone else. I agree with what everyone else has said, but I'd like to hear what other people think.
First of all, I would say, camera work and the script, it's all really strong. I think the thing that actually lets it down, in my eyes, is the performances of 2 of the actors, of the main guy you've got and the interrogation scene. I think the interrogation scene actually works, it's just the actor. You needed to get better acting, you need to take more time in casting, because, and like you say, it's just unfortunate that she had an accent, couldn't understand what she was saying. I think if you've got someone who read the lines better, that's the thing, the script wasn't being translated properly because the lines weren't being said correctly. And then the main character wasn't nasty enough. I liked it too much. He was supposed to be kind of, you're supposed to not like him a little bit, kind of see, so I think actually it's a really strong film, just casting.
I think we probably agree with that.
I was going to say, I agree. I think the framing was really, really nice. She did a really good job, Kayla. And I think the lighting was really, really good in places. In other places, a little bit inconsistent. But no, I thought it was a really good film.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Jasmine?
What was the decision in shooting a lot of it wide? So you just let the actors act. Why did you choose to cut and get more different angles?
I think that was because obviously I probably didn't work on my camera skills as well. I did try a lot of tight shots, but then I kind of felt I wanted the location to be seen. I wanted you to feel that he was a homeless guy. I wanted you to feel that he was being interrogated, which is why the interrogation scene I did use a lot of close-ups, but we should have had a lot more space, like Lorne mentioned.
And there was another question down the bottom.
I'm just interested to know, all the groups come up one after the other, and they've all said they've had casting problems, people dropping out at the last minute. I just wondered where you get all your actors.
Well, the co-presenter for this dropped out. not bitter about it. Sorry, that's a really good question.
That is down to us as a group. That's where we show our skills in being able to find actors, find locations. I mean, we want to be like actual production groups. And yeah,
We use
there's
it for 4
various
different
websites.
and
Yeah, and
we
it
got lots of
depends.
applicants, it's just because they were so close to the end, sort of had to find anyone that was available in the 3 days to sort of be in it. But
I was going to say, did you feel rushed? Did all the groups feel rushed because Easter was so early and you had to get it in quick? And that you basically,
I think,
did you
yeah,
actually run out
I
of
think
time?
so.
Good question,
Yeah, we would have redone a lot.
The actors has been a difficult thing. Yeah.
I think we would have redone a lot more if we had the chance, but we sort of,
Just a little bit longer.
yeah,
Just to win.
yeah. We sort of felt we didn't have enough time to redo the bits that we really wanted to redo.
In fairness to the students, though, it's fair to say, for those of you who aren't students here, is that when the students go searching for actors, obviously the budgets are really low, and people commit, and then they pull out at the last minute. And when you're dealing with actors that are working on an extremely low budget, they either get offered something else for money, which you can't really blame them, because they're on their career path too, or else they just don't care about your production because they could be asked. And that makes students become victims. But the answer to that, those of you who are here start casting your third year film, is cast early and do your very best to even have a contingency plan in place. And also, one more thing, with respect to the amount of time available, I'm not personally convinced that's a good excuse. It's not.
No. Can I just say about casting and actors? In the course, we cover casting in week 1, actually, which is back in February, and we do talk about in semester 1 as well. And one of the things I bang on about is that as producers and groups, it's your responsibility to take on, to be responsible for actors. A few groups have said about actors dropping out, and it's a sort of regular thing. But ultimately, as I've said to you lots and lots of times, that's down to you. And that's down to you as probably not giving the clarification for the actors, the scheduling enough time, the scripts in enough time. Yes, you don't have to pay actors, but actors don't do it just for pay. They do also want an interesting script. They want to know it's going to happen. They want to know that it's not just a student film. And that's what we try and be, professional groups with websites, etc. And so I think it's a bit easy to say, actors dropped out. And there's reasons why. I think explore the reasons why those actors dropped out. And I think ultimately it will come back to your process at the end of the day. So as tough as it sounds, but that's where it comes to come back to look at yourself and where it went wrong, in that. And it's often last minute because they don't have the confidence it's actually going to happen. That's often the case. I'm not saying it's the case with this, but it's often the case. So.
Thanks, Dawn. We've got one last question from a lady at the back there. You might have to shout a little bit just for the live streaming. Sorry.
So we've all been through it and we all had casting problems. It's a nightmare. How do you think now, going into the third year, producing maybe you, youngest, for your final project, how are you going to deal with the production, doing it all on your own, and how do you think you'll do it differently?
I'm not doing final year projects. I'm doing it.
Okay, well, not all of us are going to be doing that in a final year project, but in the modules that we are in together, we are definitely going to be a lot more organised and probably heard of before, but we do feel that some of the actors we've used at the moment we enjoyed working with, so we have offered to contact them in the future if we wanted to use them again, and that way we know we've got something securely booked as well as having backups.
I think when you put adverts out to get casting, don't always put you're a student film. I think it puts people off straight away. I found in third year it was easier just to post an advert and you get like hundreds of people applying, and then you kind of tell them, and if you're a professional, everyone's always happy to help you.
Thank you. Sorry, that is not our last question. We have the gentleman over here.
Hi. Yeah, not a question so much. I was very fortunate to be able to act in Dying Amber, and they gave me a lot of freedom, allowed me to do my own character analysis based on the short script, which was great, and I'll be really happy to work with them again.
Yeah.
But coming to it cold, if you want to attract an actor, not doing it for money, do it for a bit of a show reel. Yeah. Tell me the benefits. Tell me that I can get a show reel. Tell me about the festival you're going to put on, people I might be able to network with. Those things will attract me to come again.
And well done, by the way. Fantastic performance.
Also, with actors, there's always things in the pipeline. Sometimes there's nothing ahead of us, but sometimes there are things ahead of us. So if we have got more of a structured timetable to work with, and we can say, yeah, that week I can give you, that week I can give you. You know, we could pin things down easier as well and talk to agents and say, you know, leave this week free or that week free. If it does start unfolding a bit, we do panic because we've got other things ahead of us and other things we need to do as well. So, yeah, if we will feel more confident, we feel more confident.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to hear that all the groups today, to hear the two comments from the actors here, and what attracts them is not down to, you know, I talk about expensive, it's not down to money solely.
No.
So,
Fantastic. Is anybody well, actually, first of all, a round of applause, then we'll talk about sandwiches. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Are we doing People's Choice now? Okay. Right, so if you're hungry, I saw in our 5-minute break some lovely sandwiches come through. So if we're going to break for lunch now, how long do you think we're going to have, ladies? Just an hour? An hour's break. And we'll see you afterwards for the documentaries.
Through the years, humanity have created ways to find out why mums really do
Anybody seen any judges anywhere? See a judge? No, it's okay, you're the first judge. They haven't left it all down to you, have they, Carl? Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. I can see an actor. Hi. Seen any judges? They're coming. Awesome. Don't leave it down to me because I should make sure that everyone won. I'd be rubbish. Did everyone get a sandwich? Sore subject.
That's where the judges are, eating sandwiches, isn't they?
I reckon they've got like their own, I don't know, like a Toby Carvery or something. I think that's like us. I can see another judge. And another one. 1, 2, 3. Woohoo! We're all debating whether you got a better lunch than us judges. Ah, okay. Come on, come on, come on. Is all the popcorn gone as well? Yes. So, son, why don't we have a competition? I've got no prizes. Okay, can we quickly get one made up? Best, quietest popcorn eater. But no, yeah, sometimes with the films you can't hear it. Okay, everyone sat down. I'll just start anyway. Okay, I hope you all had a lovely lunch, for those of you that did get sandwiches. And I'd like to now introduce the U-Doc, which is obviously all the documentaries, which I'm in particular very excited about. Again, there's a variety of genres, and the films are around about 9 to 12 minutes in length. So let's get started. I'd like to introduce now the House of Pandas documentary, Everything is Fine, and it's a piece about people being the change.
Are you happy? Yes? Why? Society is broken. The government is cutting back on welfare and slowly taking our freedom of speech and civil rights with it. History has proven that the unity of people is enough to provoke a change. It seems community has somehow been lost over the past few decades, and things will not get any better until we fight back together. These are the people who want to make your life better.
People are standing up for what they believe in everywhere in the country. Peaceful demonstrations are being shut down by the local police. Our right to freedom of speech is being taken away. Here are the people behind the movement. People who are not afraid to speak up. People just like you and me.
I lost my job about 18 months ago
And I was thinking, what shall I do now? I've been a civil servant where you're not allowed to be overtly political. And I thought, what can I do? And I saw that they were standing candidates, and I thought, why don't I just see what happens, take that up and run with it and see where we get to.
I went to Auschwitz actually. It was the Lessons from Auschwitz project I was on, and it made you it just sort of gives you like a clearer view of things that are going on and things that have happened, like historical events that have led to awful human rights abuses across the world, and things like this still happen today. And it's just, I just feel like, I don't know, I need to do something about it in a way. It's just really important to me.
Basically, you live in such a good society. Like, Great Britain is quite good for everything, but there are other places in the world where people are like getting shot at and people are dying. And it was just kind of the first time I realised that it was unfair and that I really wanted to do something.
I was formerly a member of the Socialist Party of England and Wales. When I go to Bristol, I'd like to be involved with perhaps Solfed or something, an anarchist grouping.
We followed a recent activist movement in Bristol from the group called Rising Up, in protest against the plans for a new metro line. We turned up on the day of their court-ordered eviction. Here's what we've witnessed. The group had been camping in these trees for 2.5 months, trying to protect the land, which was used by local schools and special needs groups to learn about wildlife. At 7 a.m, a security company had arrived and forcefully escorted the protesters from the property. At 12 p.m, when we arrived, anyone who was not in the trees or chained to the ground using cement was either throwing food up to the remaining protesters or standing by as legal observers. The atmosphere was tense.
I believe in equality and I believe in freedom, and I don't think the system that we've got provides us with either. And I think we have to try to find ways to take that power back for ourselves and use it.
People should be creating parallel institutions to support themselves. You shouldn't trust in Parliament to do something, because ultimately Parliament will do what suits the rich.
Well, we need to look at who the police are there to protect. Are they there to protect us as protesters, or are they there to protect the rich and powerful? And if you look at how we ended up with a police force in the first place, it's to prevent people from rising up and taking wealth for themselves. And what they do is they protect the rich and powerful. And what we see time and time again is the police turning up to stop people from opposing power and speaking truth to power.
We asked a few of these people what they are doing to make a change. We spoke to John Bigger, a PhD student and candidate MP for the party Class Wars in Croydon South.
I'm standing for Parliament in Croydon South, and I just get involved with whatever I can. It just depends on how much time I've got. I try to get down to London because we have a Poor Doors demo that we hold every Thursday. I try to get down to that as often as possible and just get involved online, whenever I can.
I feel like I'm moving at the pace of a tortoise. I need a little patience, but I'm too tempted to flirt with temptation. Black on Caucasian, decide your own process of elimination. It ain't a black or a white thing, left wing, right wing, just trying to do the right thing. I think about the less fortunate and bless all of us get debaucherous. I don't trust the media because they take...
Poppy Bowers is a young student at the University of Southampton and a member of Amnesty International.
Well, in general, I sort of got involved with Amnesty first when I was about 15, and I just sort of found it really interesting, and there were loads of good people involved. But activism is just, I just find it enjoyable. It's fun. It's great having like-minded people coming together and doing things. Obviously, especially students as well. It's good to have the power of students coming together, and yeah.
When you watch or read a newspaper, you may have a different view of who these people are and what they do. It seems that despite the differences in each cause, all activists are grouped together and labelled as a dysfunctional part of society.
Well, very often the media is picture driven, whether it's moving images or whether it's dramatic photographs. So that's got to be played into it. But I think that the key thing here is who funds the media. How does the media actually work? And the media isn't some outside body that's got altruistic aims and wants to educate the whole population in the way the country works. It's funded by big business on the whole.
The press are mainly capitalist. Even The Guardian are. They're liberal, but a liberal is still a businessman, yeah? They all endorse the same things. They all look after the same people. They all get backhanders from the same types.
And when you talk about the BBC, okay, it's funded by the taxpayer, but actually it's the state broadcaster. And often you hear about state broadcasters around the world, but we forget that we've got one ourselves. The BBC has to be balanced and unbiased. But in the context of the BBC, what that actually means is giving all of the main parties a fair crack of having their voices heard. It doesn't mean getting every viewpoint out there.
You should be ashamed of yourself, mate. You should be ashamed. Shame on you, mate. Shame on you.
We were filming the doctors working at this hospital when victims of an incendiary bomb attack on a school playground started pouring in.
Absolute chaos and carnage here. It must be some sort of napalm.
But a highly sceptical public stayed hostile to military intervention. Exactly 1 month later, the leaders are trying to pin a chemical weapons attack on Syria without success. The BBC airs exactly the same footage but digitally alters the word napalm for, quote, chemical weapons, hoping no one will notice.
Absolute chaos and carnage here. It must be some sort of chemical weapon.
Not only did folks notice, but it unleashed a massive public investigation, which made some extremely disturbing findings.
These clips show us that the mass media can't always be trusted, and the whole picture is not necessarily shown. What we're about to show you is real protest. Change is needed more than we might realise.
I think people find it very hard to see what they could possibly replace the current system with. And that, it is difficult because it does appear to be permanent, it does appear to be something that's been here forever. You're brought up into it, you're brought up with the traditions, you're led to believe that it's right.
The only way to actually do something is to physically do something, to get involved in something.
These are the people who want to make our lives better. Our society is broken. What are we doing about it? Can we do anything about it? Do we care for social change?
Intelligent filmmaking. Come up to the stage here, House Panda. That was awesome. And we need a microphone.
That I'd like to thank everybody who participated in the interviews and helped us with doing the research and everything, and it led us to go to the events and film them and interview them and everything, and also to Luke Allison and Peas Jam as well for letting us use their footage. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say really.
Absolutely, absolutely amazing. Do you want me to go to judges? Okay, so we have our documentary expert here. So, Karen? You want to go last? Okay. How about over to Carl at the back? Are you all right to shout, Carl?
I love politics. I love this kind of politics. And I think what you're saying there is actually very, very sound. I don't have any problems with the ethics of what you're saying, promote it. But I didn't like the use of text. I didn't understand why you felt the need to use text when you already had a voiceover. Can you explain that?
I think the use of text was just because we didn't really want to put any footage over the voiceover, because we wanted to get the message across and get very clear about what we're trying to say, because it's really hard with especially a documentary about activism and politics and getting those views expressed to get the right angle on it. And I think if we put footage over it, it might...
We just wanted to leave breathing room between each kind of section we were covering, and to kind of like to give a moment for the audience to take a second and think about what we had just shown. We didn't want to kind of clutter it up and not allow the audience to digest the information we were trying to get across.
Whilst I'm listening, I'm also reading and I'm not thinking, if you give me something else to do, really you're asking me to reflect a little bit. And I personally don't think that was the right decision. That was a spelling mistake, which is very bad. I think that you could have, you asked questions of the audience, you know, what can we do now about it, stuff like that. I mean, it would have been, I think, from my point of view, I think it would have been really useful, even from the film's point of view, perhaps suggest some ways where people are doing something about it. Because I do know that there are many people doing things about these problems that you correctly outlined. But apart from that, I really like it.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Right, can we go over to... who should I pick? Let's go to Lorne, please. That was handy, had the mic there too.
Hi. Yeah, lots of good things. I think, in a way, what Carl said, you're pushing against an open door in certain ways. And I think that's maybe some of the issues I have with it, because I think what I've written down here all over this bit of paper is balance, right to reply. Where's the business owners, the landowners, those areas I want to hear. And in a way, what Carl mentioned about the voiceovers and you're doubling up. You know, there's a chance to show imagery while you have the voiceover. You either have titles, intertitles, or use a voiceover with imagery. Another chance, another 10 seconds to get part of the story across. And I think it was a bit, it was didactic in a way. It was telling us this is how you should think. This is what's wrong. And your interviewees did some of that for you, so you didn't need to do that. You know, you got some good interviews, especially with the guy who was going to put himself up the MP.
John Bigger is running for MP in Croydon South with Class Wars, an anarchist group.
Yeah, that was very good, and I think it was very good. The framing of the interviews was good. The sound was generally very good. There's issues here, you know, the Battle of Twyford Down and Swampy, and you know, on your doorstep of historical activism. But there's also elements of what was missed. You know, what's changed in the last 10 years is online activism and online, and that wasn't really covered, I don't think, for me. That new way in which, you know, are we all watching the BBC? No, we might not be. We might be watching the Trues or whatever it is on the internet. So I think there's areas that I'd like to have gone further, you know, and allowed us to make the decisions of what we think, as opposed to you telling us what we should think, you know, if that makes sense. RT, yeah, tell me about the RT stuff. The decisions to use the RT stuff.
Do you mean the titles? What do you mean?
No, the Russian television.
The Russian television.
RT stuff.
Yeah, that footage. What about it, sorry?
Tell me a little bit about it, the choice to use it, where it fitted in with the story, why you used it.
It was to do with the media bias on everything and them not providing the actual image of activists especially, and protest and everything else, as well as like other examples from where they twisted the footage or they've changed things, and where people, where we hear all these amazing things, but then actually behind the scenes it's not that great and stuff like that.
So Russian television, that's the truthful bit, is it? And the BBC wasn't. Is that the...
When we went about making this, what we wanted to actually kind of achieve with it was we wanted to give a fair shout to the people who are involved in activism. Because it seems that whenever there's a mass media portrayal of activism, we find that it's always in a negative light, and it's always that things have got violent, there's unruly protesters taken to the streets that have to be restrained. But I think what we wanted to get across is necessarily not believe everything that you see in the media. And we did use footage from sort of other sources, other countries and stuff, but I think the point remained the same, definitely in our eyes, that you haven't got to do a lot more research to find out a bigger picture about an overall topic, but it's easy to take things at face value.
Quite eloquently put. I'd like that eloquence to have been in the film in a way, you know, and I think you've explained it very well there. But my problem is, in a way, the next scene you say, well, this is real. That wasn't real. This isn't real, but this is real, type of thing. And it's good to explore what's real and what's not real, you know, whether it's the BBC or RT. But I think partly that you're going to hang yourselves in a way, because we're going, well, actually, is that protest, or have you just re-edited that, or is that your own footage, or have you pulled footage from Peace Jam? Do you know if Peace Jam's footage is real? So it's an interesting subject, and I think you've explored it very well, but I think just more maybe subtle or balanced doc making, I think, would help me.
Okay.
Okay, Glenn.
What's already been said. Oh, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, with the writing and the speech, I think if it was just the writing and we just sat here and just able to read it ourselves, it's just niggly little things. But like Carl said, when there was a spelling mistake or some of the words on the screen weren't said, and it just jars you a little, you think, well, that's not what it says up there. But so little things like that, and again, I wanted to see the man, you know, being interviewed. I wanted to see the other side of it, the opposing force. I wanted you to sit down with the man and say, why are you doing this? We know why these people are doing it, because they've got a view, but why are you doing it to them?
We considered going sort of talking to members of parliament and sort of council authorities, but when it came to our topic of kind of documentary, essentially it was quite pointed to a degree. We wanted to give it from kind of the activist sort of side of it, and we got the feeling, and we kind of got this sense from them as well, that we were going to point it towards defaming the people in Parliament. And because they do it for a living, sort of press releases and kind of saying the right things, we didn't think it would add a lot to our whole documentary as a whole, because we wouldn't have got a kind of anything sort of authentic and genuine from them. But I do understand what you're getting at. It would have been nice, but I don't think it would have worked for us on this occasion.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Karen. Why didn't you interview in situ? You know, you got into all these great locations and with the trees and the demonstration and stuff. Why was everything talking heads?
Well, when we were in Bristol, no one would actually talk to us because it was, of course, the eviction day. We spoke to quite a few people while we were down there, but a lot of them were very, very uncomfortable with being on camera because of the presence of the police and the presence of the security guards that were there. It's actually quite a shame. I wish we'd filmed.
And is that the same with the Amnesty demonstration? There just wasn't any interviews live in the location. Why I'm saying it is you did really well to actually go up there as a film team and put yourself in that kind of situation, which you meant to do, but then there was no live.
At the Rising Up event, I managed to kind of secure an interview with one of the demonstrators, a girl named Jess, who was featured, who was being like sort of manhandled by the bailiffs. But before we actually could get in there to do it, she had agreed. She actually ended up being arrested and carried away. So it was the sort of gravity of the situation. Like, it was all over the place. There were people being arrested left, right, and centre, and we were really disappointed that we walked away without an interview. But it was just the sort of timing of it. Like, we turned up on eviction day, kind of unawares as to how sort of big the situation would be, and like the violence involved, like the sort of scale of the task force who were there to get these people out. And it was just
okay. So the problem with that is you create a sense of disconnection with your characters. You've kind of overloaded the film with lots of characters. They're all interesting characters. I don't journey with any of them. I don't really get to know them. I don't really get to know what their backgrounds are, what their future dreams are, their desires. That's because it's overloaded, and I think you've missed that opportunity when they're in the action to actually talk to them the heated bit, and we get to love them or hate them or relate to them. And that's really ambitious. That's a really ambitious thing you've done in the film. You've tried to take on a big thing, and it could have been much smaller. And it's good. You've done what I asked. You kind of opened the door, went out there, and challenged it and stuff. And I think I agree with what everyone's saying is there's so much information rammed into this film that it could have just been siphoned off into a much simpler film, you know, and just followed one or two people. I mean, you know, I'm the same as Carl. We're both from this background as filmmakers and stuff, so it's really commendable what you've done. What have you learned? How politicized are you? Are you more politicized or are you less politicized?
Actually, when we went to Rising Up Bristol, we were there filming all day, and we were actually side by side with camera crews from the BBC, ITV, and a regional channel called Point West. And we asked them while it was all kicking off. We said, like, there's people being beaten up and manhandled and arrested over there unlawfully. Why aren't you covering any of that? And they said, we've turned up just to give a generalisation of the story. And that was when we all thought, like, that is media bias in action. Like, obviously they don't want to lean towards either or party, but we recorded some stuff which could potentially cost people their jobs or create a ruckus online if we posted it, and the national TV networks didn't want to touch it.
So are you more politicised now than when you started?
I'd say definitely. Like, before we took this project on, I personally didn't know a lot about activism. I sort of knew generally what it was, but I have a much more respect for these people. Like, talking to John Bigger, he gave us examples of times where he'd been silenced, or his group Class Wars had kind of had their demonstrations broken up by police just for signage, having it ripped away. I think like a week before we went to interview him, one of the people of his party actually got arrested at a demo.
He got taken to the police station where they hold terrorists for holding a sign that said, am I right to say something with explicit language here? They had a sign saying they're all fucking wankers with pictures of all the 4 party leaders. And they actually got taken to the police station where they hold terrorists and suspects like that. And I think the thing that we learnt a lot by being on site with all of these people was just how terrifying it can be with our own police force and our own security forces. You know, we look at other countries and we see them as far more dangerous and stuff like that, but, you know...
That's good. That's good. If you've learned as filmmakers,
yeah.
you've learned something about it, you've challenged yourself. That's really important.
Yeah.
But as filmmakers, you've heard it from everyone about this rights to reply. You haven't offered the rights to reply, and it's good to have your own political viewpoint. You must offer it, even if it's at the end of the film and it's turned down, and we can see that you went to the BBC and they declined. Yeah. You must have it in there, or you start to lean a little bit too far. It's good to lean and be politicised, but be very careful of that.
Yep.
Well done.
Problem with mainstream media is it pretends it's objective, and in actual fact it's incredibly biased. And I've seen many films which are very loaded one side, and I personally don't have a problem with that because I'm aware of it.
So could it be argued that you making this documentary is in fact their right to reply?
We were basically we went in with as kind of like a fighting squad for the activists. We feel like the oppression in the media had been enough against them, and it's time they were given a fair representation about what they're actually doing. And all of them say that they're judged and kind of grouped together, even if they're doing totally different things. If you had an anarchist and I guess like a sort of a stereotypical tree hugger, they're all seen as a deviance on society, and that's the image that the media try to give out to the rest of the public who don't participate. So we actually just wanted to kind of be a beacon of what truly goes on.
To give them a voice. Any questions from the audience?
I really liked it, but I felt like I was left wanting more. You know, you said you were on site at Rise Up all day. I felt like I didn't feel that. I wanted more from Rise Up, and I don't know whether that's because of reasons to do with showing it at the university or what. I don't know why the decision was made, but I feel like it was cut down to sections, and I really wanted it all in its raw nature.
On a couple of occasions we were there with cameras. I think we had 3 on the day, and there were actually bailiffs working for this private security company who were wearing balaclavas and were there purely to come and stand in front of our cameras, so we couldn't get any of the footage. So we got what we could usably into there, but for the large part they didn't want anyone to be filmed. But we managed to get some little bits and pieces of girls being manhandled and that man being carried over the fence and arrested. But they weren't happy with our presence there, and we managed to... The smashing of the plates was my favourite thing. Like, it shows the amount of disdain that they have for the people there. Like, they're not paid to hate activists, but meanwhile, they're smashing up their belongings.
I guess the thing was, it kind of felt like it kind of felt like two armies, you know, like no man's land when we were there on set, like on site. We filmed it all on set. It's all a lie. No, when we were there on site, it was almost like no man's land, because you've got these guys and they're all stood in a row and they're all staring off at these protesters and they're all stood in a row and they're all staring back at each other. And then there's just sort of 7 to 10 of us running around with cameras, loads of people from other papers, and we're just running in between, sort of jumping about. It's quite weird. It's definitely a weird filming environment, but yeah. I do think we wish to expand that part, you know. It was quite cool.
When I was filming them smashing all of the stuff up, I was hidden in the bushes. I had to crawl through some like thistles and stuff to get in there and get that shot. And when he smashed the plates up, his supervisor came over like two seconds afterwards and pointed straight at me in the bushes and were like, "Can you stop? Can you stop what you're doing, because these people are getting this footage and you look like a knob." Basically, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, for House of Candles? Fantastic. Okay, so moving on now, I'd like to introduce Space Invaders Pictures. It's a documentary on babies, the pursuit of wealth and fashion.
Through the years, humanity have created ways to make living more comfortable. We can travel back through time looking at the glorious inventions of humanity. Things like cars and fashion is a clear indicator of societal changes over the years. Accessories have changed rapidly in design through the decades. Pushchairs. A big necessity when expecting. We see them used for transport, ease and travel. But has the expectations of society influenced the choosing of our baby's transport, and even the design? Pushchairs, the most acquired item bought when expecting, something women have been seen strolling with for years. The first pushchair was made in 1733 by William Kent, a landscape architect who invented the first stroller so the 3rd Duke of Devonshire could transport his little ones. Nowadays, pushchairs offer more and have become one of the most competitive trades in the world. With brands like Mamas and Papas and Silver Cross remaining in our nurseries for years now, to the more new and brand-changing brands like Eye Candy, Quinny for mums and Bugaboo sweeping to take over the styles and fashions of pushchairs. In an age where society is filled with economic materialism, people strive to own the latest phones, cars, watches and televisions. But it doesn't stop there. The lengths people will go to in order to satisfy their desires for the material wealth can often overweigh the practical justification of such purchases. For example, baby prams, first used in the early 1700s, prams have since become a staple addition to any mum's arsenal of baby equipment. They have, however, become tainted with the recent trend of materialistic tendencies and have fallen victim to the collector's item tag. Although they continue to serve a purpose as transport for babies, prams are often sought after as desirable fashion items.
Because my wife found it difficult to find a shop to buy stuff from when she was expecting a baby, and she just got the idea of opening one. Well, Silver Cross in 1981 was probably the top seller. Marmot, Restmore, Pedigree, but they all disappeared.
Yeah.
Over the years, Silver Cross is still there, but not run by the family, that Wilsons, that used to own it. It's now just an independent firm. When we opened, 90% of the stuff we bought was British.
Oh, okay.
And made in England as well, or Britain, but now 90% of it's made abroad, and most of the British firms have disappeared. Well, they're still there in name. Back when we opened, it was a bit like that, but not very much. But now it's definitely fashion. Going back to the early 80s, I mean, people would buy a pram like a Silver Cross metal-bodied one, which they pushed everywhere. But because they didn't have so many vehicles, and also that pram would probably do for 2 or 3 kids. Now they want a new pram for everyone. Well, yes, but it's like everything else, you've got to move along with the times. I mean, baby stuff does get abused, so how reliable it's going to be, I have no idea. It was better, you got more individual, you know. I liked it better when it was without the web, but it's something you've just got to do now, so that's it. But I mean, you could show people better rather than buying it and then having to send it back if they don't like it. At least you could talk people through everything and find out what they need and what they want, and you knew more about the things. But now, with the web, people just order online and obviously take potluck, and if they don't like it, they send it back. But things have changed, and there's not much you can do about it. You can't go backwards. The first cots we used to sell were much smaller, cheaper. Now they're real bigger and more expensive. We did still do nice cots back then, but majority of people would buy one with a drop side and a picture of a teddy bear or something on the ends. It was just a traditional English cot. Yeah. Mums and Papas started at the same time as us, and yes, they've done very well. They started, I think we saw there was a show in London in 1981, and they've got about 6 or 7 lines in a room upstairs at a hotel in London, and we were about one of the first in the south to have their stuff, and they've gone on from then and done very, very well. If people like it, they'll buy it, and that's it. You never know from one thing to another why they're going to buy it, and if they're going to buy it, it's just if it hits the right spot, as you might say. I think it's a bit like the car trade. I mean, if you like the design of something, you'll buy it if you can afford it, and that's it. Everything you see out there, there's always a cheaper version and a dearer version. If people with a baby, I think they're thinking if it's the first baby, they'll pay for it, or they'll probably get a grandparent or something to pay for it, or help out. I think, yes, I think they'll pay if they want it, and that's it. Probably a metal-bodied silver cross, which would probably be about £200. I think there's somewhere around £1,200, maybe a bit more. McLaren was very big back then, but not as big now, because they made it here. It was good quality and reasonable price. Now it's made abroad, China. Not, well, in my opinion, it's not as good, and it's a lot more expensive. Yeah, well, going back to when we first started, Mums and Papas had a pushchair, which was also a car seat, and you detached the seat off the pushchair frame, and you used to hook it over the front seat of the car just with 2 hooks and leave the baby just sat in it, totally unsafe. And the carry cot, you used to put a carry cot or a pram body in the back of the car, and they used to do a carry cot restraining kit which fitted on the seatbelt points and just strap the baby in. So that's another thing that's all gone, that. And these hook over car seats which they used to sell, which really weren't safe at all, they've come a long way. And yeah, safety is a bigger feature now, much bigger. I mean, you didn't have to restrain the child in the back of the car. You could just stand, often used to just stand between the seats and look at where they were going. People that really are mad on these things, you know, and have all the new ones as they come out. We've employed, you know, we've had vacancies for staff. We've had people apply and had jobs that are actually, well, we call them pramaholics. And we had one lady that had a tattoo of a bugaboo on herself, and plus a few other tattoos, and she was completely mad about these bugaboo pushchairs and everything to do with bugaboo. So You know, she knew she was pretty good on selling stuff, especially Bugaboo.
To find out why mums really do spend so much on their prams and baby equipment, we first posted a questionnaire on the UK's fastest growing online parenting organisation, netmums.com. We received a number of responses as well as written feedback with a range of answers and opinions. We asked mums if they would ever pre-order a pram in order to ensure they got the one they wanted. Nearly half of the mums answered yes. Over 2/3 of mums asked said they would be happy to spend over £500 on a pushchair, with a whopping 29% saying they would happily spend over £1,000 on a pushchair. When asked to describe how the women view their pushchair, over half of the mums said they take pride in buying their pushchair, as opposed to the other just using it for ease of transport.
So things have changed. And there's not much you can do about it.
In a world where society changes rapidly, it really does look like everything has to change with it, even the transport of our children. So as we look to the future, prepare to be more dazzled and astounded by the pram designs that are yet to come our way.
And we went to Legoland yesterday, and I completely forgot Legoland season was over, and I couldn't get the pushchair down, so the pushchair is still completely up in the back of the car with all the seats down. So that one that you press the button on, I think I need one of those. Right, okay, so could we have, and I know he's on his own this time, please come up, Space Invader pictures. Needs to turn on at the bottom, I think. Are you on?
I think this is what. Yeah.
Lovely.
I was going to say, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Discount Baby, who are the store there, who are actually owned by Lala's family. Thank you for letting them to go and film in for us to go and invade their store and film in them. And thank you to her granddad for providing the archive footage and also doing the interview for us as well.
Fantastic. So let's go to some judges, and I think I'm going to go to Glenn.
A lot to say about documentaries, but really enjoyed it. Love the archive footage. That's great. Yeah, it's quite an insight, really, of something that you wouldn't generally think to look at.
I was going to say, it is amazing actually how much mums, while some of that footage was being filmed, unfortunately she wouldn't let us put it in. There was a lady picking out her pushchair, and the one that in there itself folds, it's actually about £1,500.
I still want
and I have to say, she came in and we were filming and we were demonstrating it. And I asked one of the chaps that was in the store and he said, we've only ever sold 4. Well, she bought 3. She then went on to spend another £5,500 in the shop. She ended up spending about £8,500 in the shop in one day.
How many children does she have?
1. And that she literally bought the best for everything. And that was it. That's all she just spent.
That's what she couldn't get the film. Okay, Carl.
How come you're on your own?
I was to say, unfortunately, Lana has work today and Matt has other commitments.
I write them down notes and I stop because I've got a panic and get on. Why?
Do you want me to come back, Carl? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, right, okay. Okay.
Voiceover was too fast. It's too much. Too much. I think that's pretty obvious. The audio levels. Did you not listen to it afterwards and thought to yourself, the audio levels are wrong? Did you do that?
Yeah, we did. I was to say, unfortunately, it was just we ran out of time. Was the honest answer.
Okay, text instead of questions, or else just asking intelligent questions and asking your guy to come back at you with the question and the answer.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way that we did, when Lana filmed that, she did try and push him to say the question, but when we watched it back, he didn't, and it was either Lana or that, and we voted for text.
What was your source for the survey?
NetMums.
I mean, all subjects are interesting. I've yet to come across anything that isn't interesting. Whether it can be portrayed in an interesting way is quite another matter, other than the actual awesomeness that is having a subject that we've never heard anything about. But to me, there was technically there were so many issues I have with that I don't know what to say.
Okay. Right. I'm going to go to Lorne.
Yeah. James, first of all, for standing up on your own without your team there, I think you need to be applauded. And because most of the students here will know that whether it's documentary production, drama production, it's a team effort, and you should stand and fall together as a team. But you've stood up there on your own. You could have chosen not to, but you have. So I congratulate you for that. However, a new world, opening a new world. Yeah, prams. I've brought the odd pram in my life, and there is a bit of a new world, but. It felt more like a promotion for a pram company, not a new world. And there was questions coming up like, do you think people care about pushchairs? I was asking that myself at that point, but I think there's lots of technical issues. But I think those aside, overall, it's what makes a documentary. And is it really, making a documentary? And that's the biggest issue I think I have. Archive footage, reasonable framing in the interview, reasonable sound quality in the interview. You had a couple of colour corrections mid-shot. The questions already been alluded to. You don't need them. Don't need stills if you've got the questions on there, and the voiceover was too fast. There's elements there. It's a world you can explore. Prams, every story is interesting, but whether it actually made a documentary, I'm not sure.
Karen?
Yeah, I mean, you know, James, all the issues with it and stuff. Is just to back up on that, I'm really pleased you have shown this, and I know you didn't want to, and you had to be convinced there a little bit. But it is really important that you do show this work because you know all the issues in it, and I think some of the students' films are going to be the same. The curse of the talking head. Why interview him there when you could interview him in his shop? And I know that you had a lot of production issues and stuff. But I agree with the guys. It's leaning towards promo and stuff. Show me the pramaholics. Interview them. It's fantastic. Give me the mums. So potentially you open the door, which we asked you to, new world, new topic. I didn't know anything about it and stuff. It's just the format is wrong. But well done for showing it, and getting up there. Good luck.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to go for a 5-minute break now, everybody, and we'll see you back here.
Because I can't pull a copy, I'm going to have to put onto your hard drive or onto hers.
Right.
Go into there.
Okay, everyone ready? Okay, I'd like to now introduce a mirrored pictures documentary, which is people watching the documentary, giving an insight into an act we all take part in every day. Don't just look, observe.
When I was at secondary school, that there was people who didn't like me because I spoke supposedly more outspoken than what they did. So I just ended up being quite quiet, and this was at an old girls' school, so it was quite a bitchy place to be anyway. So I just ended up just watching a lot of people listen to their conversations and just kind of stepping back a bit. I used to live in a different area of Birmingham, but one of the reasons why I've moved to Digbeth is because there was a lot more to photograph around here, and there's a lot more people. And as it's more known as the creative hub now, it's more popular, it's nice to see all the different people and how they dress when they're not the kind of typical, if you lived in a small town or anywhere, people just more experiment with how they look.
It's great fun. It's lovely to be watching people because you can see what they're thinking about. You can see what their relationships are with other people, because people who are in rapport with somebody else will mirror and match each other's body language, so you can see they've got a real connection. The thing is that generally women are better at reading body language than men. It's more of a natural skill for females than it is for males. I watch alone sometimes. Sometimes I take somebody with me, or if I'm with somebody and there's something unusual happening, let's say in a coffee shop, look at that young child manipulating its mum and dad by upsetting and playing one against the other. In fact, if you watch people do their emails or on Facebook, you can almost tell from their facial expressions what they're doing. Over my right shoulder, it's got really quite a strange walk, and he means business, doesn't he? Because he's moving pretty quickly, got something on his mind, going to a meeting. Look at the body language of that police lady now. Go on, she's right in a mood to pop at someone here. She had that quite a vicious body language, which people wearing uniforms have. That's why people are given uniforms so that they look more important. So the advice I give people is to shut your ears down and don't take any sounds in, and just open your eyes up a bit more and subtly watch what's going on.
So I enjoy it's a happy experience for me, and I carry a sketchbook around with me all the time. I had to go to hospital and spend the night in hospital, and the next morning after I had a small operation, and I was in my bed in a small ward with 4 or 5 other men. And I had my sketchbook, and I just was sitting in bed sketching them. Well, they thought I was making notes, and in the end somebody noticed that I was drawing, and of course people get very excited about that. And so I drew everybody, so it's quite fun. It can be quite an icebreaker. So sitting drawing is kind of a very personal way of interpreting people. I've got sketchbooks that go back to 1970s, so they're always nice to reflect upon, and also looking at drawings from all that time ago, the memory never fades of the places that I've been and the people I've spoken to. Drawing people has always been considered, in an anatomical way, the most important activity for an artist. But drawing people out and about, in context, drawing people in their kind of professions, drawing at conferences especially. I enjoy drawing at conferences. It's very special to me. I think I feel sometimes when I'm drawing, it makes you feel slightly superior actually. I'm the observer and they're the sort of subject matter. It's part of my life. Thank goodness, because I can't do much else, you see. I have to draw.
I'd rather people watch abroad, which I have, at places like Berlin and Amsterdam, because there's just so much going on, and there's obviously different cultures there and different people from other countries going. And I recently photographed on an international student trip in Amsterdam, and that was really interesting. Some places and people are funny about you photographing, and some people could turn, for all I know, and have a go at me about what I'm doing because of the rules, or that they purely don't like it. I have actually had that before at events where people would come up to me and be like, "Don't take pictures of us," and they get a bit funny with you. I'm straight, but I like to photograph girls when they look like they're dancing quite seductive or different, because it's just a nice shot to get, and of them like in their element and looking like, oh yes, I'm having a nice time. It's for a purely creative way that I'm just interested in how other people interact on this earth differently to how I do, and how they feel about things, and you can see their emotions when you're watching them yourself, and I can capture that without them knowing that I'm there. I very, very much judge myself a lot. I have done all my life, but I think it's got worse in the last year because I'm trying to actually become a photographer. I want them to see it as a nice thing at the same time, that I'm documenting people's lives, or like kind of 21st century and what it's like at this time being. I am quite a people watcher within it because I don't like people posing for pictures, so I don't have many photos like that. And even one of my friends said to me, whose event I photographed, that I'm one of the stealthiest photographers that he's ever met because nobody knows I'm taking the photos.
I was in a negotiation in Paris where clearly the other side weren't telling us the truth, but they were French, and there was a language barrier and there was an interpreter. But even though we were talking in different languages, you could tell when the people were uncomfortable with what they were saying. I just look everywhere. I just think it's great fun. It's great fun when I'm tired. I have a look around and just watch people out the corner of your eye all the time. Positive body language at 7:30, and more negative body language at 9 o'clock. Isn't that interesting? It slots into grooves, different types of people. But so if you want to connect with someone, then the mirroring and matching the other person's body language is a really powerful skill. But that has to be done subtly as well. It's not a science, it's an art.
Absolutely fantastic. Would you like to come? Or you're part of the part of the group. So if we could have, or have you got a surprise for me? Yeah. Okay. And a surprise for you. I didn't know if I was allowed to give it away. Well done. Well done. You want to take it. So I'm going to be watching you the whole time now. Anything you'd like to say before we go to judges?
I think we're like, we all worked well for it, and we were quite proud of like the end result. It took a lot of work to get done. Yeah, but yeah, I'm just thank again.
Well, I just purely liked it.
And yeah, hope you enjoyed it.
Hope you enjoyed our surprise as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was just a little trick we kind of quickly put together, so it wasn't the best thing in the world, but.
I'm going to go to Glenn first, because I know with acting, a lot of it is people watching and interpreting that. So how did you find watching that, Glenn?
It was great, really enjoyed that. Yeah, as an actor, we're taught and asked to watch people and
The ways people walk, the way people talk, depending on different characters and things. And I thought it was just me. I've been people watching for years. I love watching. When I was younger, my mates used to call me the bodyguard, because I'd always be sat there just looking. And they go, "What's she always looking at?" And I just always watching people, and it is a fascinating thing to do. And no, that really struck a chord with me, and I thought it was fascinating and interesting, and really loved it. Well done.
I'm going to go to Lorne next, if that's okay with you, Lorne.
Yeah, very good. New world. I think that's one of your. That's what you've got to do, is take us into a new world. And I think for me, you did that. There's sort of social psychology. I think your primaries were very good. You covered it in a very, I think, in a way which took us into their world. It took us into them. You allowed them to tell us the story. That's not an easy thing, and I think you've achieved that. For me, if I was going to pick out on some points, music. You've got the same music track throughout the whole thing, and it really it doesn't allow it to increase and decrease in tempo. So if I would give you a tip with music, you've got to try and allow if you do need music tracks through, I don't think it's necessary to have it throughout the whole thing for me, but if you are, then think about other tracks that can go in there, because that sort of lilting music for the whole thing, or for majority of it, it sort of draws us in, and you want to take us in different levels. So for me, check the music. Consistency of those opening shots. Who's on camera? I like those opening shots. The first one I thought, I hope the others are like that. I hope that you start, that you thought about it, and that I thought, oh great, they've got the same framing, the same sort of consistency of those opening shots. That's really good. Yes, I sort of, in a way, the sort of 2/3 through, I was hoping it was going to go in some newer direction or get deeper. I don't know where that was going to go, but I wanted something something more that was gonna grab me. But overall, I thought it was really well done. The guy's architecture, the drawings are lovely. I really like his artwork. You've done some good work there, found a good locations, good primaries. Overall, a slick piece.
Over the course of like both semesters, the entire year, I've been, because we did it last semester as well, I've been researching, trying to find these people with like advanced searches, and I use like secondary researches as well, like with things like LinkedIn, and I just typed in like keywords like body language, that kind of thing, and I found lots of people, got in contact with lots, and these are the ones that really wanted to be a part of it, and the ones that stuck talking to me for the entire year, and I think I'm happy with who we got, and I think they really do open the door. No, sorry, they couldn't make it.
Karen?
I agree with what the guys say. It is a really competent piece of filmmaking, really nice flow to it, and the edit's really good. So it feels like it's really long, but it's actually really short, so that's really good, and you get a lot of information in there. It's really important that we get to know the primaries and care about them, and you've done that, apart from the third one, the People Watcher. Don't really feel like I know too much about him and his background, or really care for him too much. The other two I kind of get nice feel about them, and then kind of relate to them, but I think like Glenn said, it kind of should have struck a chord with everyone in here. It'd be interesting to hear the Q&A. I think it's like the first film, there's a lot going on. There's 3 primaries of really interesting things they do and stuff, and it's 12 minutes long. So I think it's just about getting the re-edit on the balance right. So a little bit more of the photographer and maybe the first one. I don't know. But it is a very, very competent film. It's really put together well. There's just so many great things about it and stuff. Well done.
Megan has to come back.
The reason we didn't have as much of the primaries throughout, was because, especially at the start, the reason we did the close-ups and stuff was to really expose them and say, you might not notice people do this, but these are the people that do it. And then when it goes into it, we didn't want to overly see them so much, because when they are actually photographing you or drawing you, you might not notice them or know, so it kind of took a step back from them and actually could see what they're doing, but without being let into it too much.
We wanted to give the film like a very voyeuristic feel. So because people watching is such a voyeuristic hobby or job, that's what we wanted to reflect on, that you don't necessarily see these people, but as Meg said, but they're there.
Can I go to Carl, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes.
Okay.
I like it, it's good, pretty good. The only thing I would say is that it would be nice very occasionally to get some fresh air and some quietness, so I can just see for myself, rather than just constantly listening to the voice going throughout. But apart from that, no, I really liked it. I enjoyed it, found it interesting and insightful.
Thanks. Any questions from the audience? Yeah.
Thanks.
Here you go, Meg. Okay. Well, do your well, yeah, I was actually people watching myself when I came up with it, and because we had to come up with ideas and things, I was constantly trying to think, what could we do it about? And then one day I was kind of why am I doing this? Why do I care what strangers are doing? And then that made me kind of look into other people that do it and how it can be an inspiration for other people, and people can get jobs from it, and it can. And then because we took the inspirational side of it, because a lot of time in the media and stuff at the moment, it's all negative about how people watching, you have no privacy, CCTV. So yeah, we wanted to show a different light to it that isn't always seen. So yeah.
Anybody else? Oh, yep.
Yeah, again, really good, amazing subject. I think it's a subject that it's kind of one of those things. You can look at it in so many ways, but you never get, and you always get something else out of it. Whether that's through drawing or photography or through what we've done documentary, because that's what documentary is. It's observing, people watching. What I was going to say is, the photographer and the artist, they're really strong. I say that just the guy who kind of does it for a hobby, maybe you should have found someone more maybe like a psychologist or something, someone with a bit more...
He actually is a body language expert.
Okay.
We wanted to have 2 people that do it for inspiration and for their jobs, so photography, but we also wanted like a scientific like kind of approach on it as well, because we didn't want it all to just be arty-farty kind of, but we wanted something to back it up, like support scientifically, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe if you just spoke a bit more about what his exact qualifications were before going into it, because that's why I think it was that didn't believe him as much in what he was saying, even though he was right, the guy was walking very fast and stuff, but there was less like the artist and the photographer are doing it, they're not judging people. I felt like he was judging a bit more, like, you know what I mean, like there's still the art. Yeah, but that's my opinion.
Fantastic. Let's have a big round of applause for Mirrored Pictures, please. Thank you. Okay, so we've had our all girls, let's go to our all boys again. So I'd like to introduce Monochrome's media documentary, The Pigeon Fancier. And it's a tale of love, affection, family and gambling, all under the wings of the poorest poultry.
Longish, inland, younger.
She's a little old, but there's still 3 or 4 years left in her. We shall see. I'm going to try for this one.
Lovely pigeon.
An Emperor 120, Paul Brindley, along with Third Destroyer, 130 up in bed, 140, 150. Don't worry about cash. You can give me Tesco vouchers, corp dividend stamps, pay me weekly. No, he says, 120. Nobody else? Can't believe it, guys. Good luck to you. You got some bargains today, son. That'll do.
Just stand here, shall I?
Skin the way, son. Judy got on face. What's the beef, Fanny? Go on. Do you remember the old days, do you? Eh? Nothing's changed.
I'm Chris Bartlett. I'm 48 years old. I've been in the club since I was 13. And for most of that time I've actually set the clocks in the club. I am quite a heavy trainer with my birds. They don't normally fly that well.
When they're born, they're only like that. Little tiny, lovely dogs.
There are always people that you want to beat, and like any sport again, is that you get some real pain in the butt people, and you get some real big heads, and those are the ones you want to beat.
Mark, I know how hard Mark works at his birds, and probably apart from myself, he's probably one of the most competitive people I know, and I'm competitive.
So there's going to be a clash.
There is a clash, there's rivalry, but it's, from my point of view, it's all good rivalry.
Do you have aspirations of being the best racer in that club? Being
Playing cards, I want to win. Why do something if you don't want to be the best that you can possibly be? I am
Could slow down, waste away in this town, standing on the sidewalk, watching this parade. Or we could get out, pack our suitcase right now, find ourselves a bus stop, make our own way. 'Cause it feels like I've been here forever.
To me, they're the happy time. And to live that's the most important thing, to look back on your childhood,
But it's
being
my
happy.
name painted on the
So do the things you wanted
Tells
to
me
do.
where I came from, what I gotta do. Wherever this goes, no matter how far, baby, you are the soul that's beating on my heart.
As soon as he met you, he said that she won't want me. I met the girl I'd like to marry, but she won't want to marry me.
Every time, especially during the pigeon season, which is April to September, he'd come in the front door, walk by me in the kitchen as I'm doing the tea. Hi, Ju. I'd be like, how's your out the back door, straight to the pigeons. Yeah, just in the front door, out the back door, and straight to the pigeon loft. So that's where I come in the pecking order. But I keep saying I don't mind. I seriously don't.
Okay,
It's quite
this
fun.
is the pigeon that I bought at the auction. A lovely 2-year-old blue hen. She's of the Vanderbilt strain. And the reason I purchased her is because of two things. Her heritage and a line of breeding, which is basically her father was a national winner and her mother was a daughter of a national winner. Big races, lots of birds competing in the race. So she's got the genes that are suitable for the pigeon I wanted to pair her to. Oh, she's in good condition. Right, this is the pigeon, the first pigeon I bred off of the blue hen from the auction. I've nicknamed her Frankie after the legend that is Frankie Lampard of Chelsea. And of course the one from Saturdays as well, who's equally as nice. She's just right for this race. They're going to go to Guernsey this Saturday, leaving this morning, Thursday morning, and I've got high hopes for her. She shouldn't be too far away. It's going to be good weather, the wind's not going to be too strong, and she can join her other 4 teammates, and my team of 5 are off to the race. Should be a good one.
Finally found our way out on the road to someplace that we don't know. But it's alright, I keep on driving all night, straight on through till morning. I know which way to go, 'cause it feels like we've been here forever. Don't know how much farther, where we going to, but it's our name painted on the doorway.
Oh, that one. Do you need a hand for it?
This one?
Hey, Chris. No, the other end.
Was that right way red out?
I made it up.
Have we got an egg to go in this?
Get this on camera.
Thank you, Michael.
Well done.
But I think Mark had something like 21 or 23 of the 29 trophies, which is exceptional. You know, I take the trophies and get them engraved. And I am sick of writing down Mr. and Mrs. M. Gower on the labels to get them engraved. I have tried putting C. Bartlett, but the bloke won't do it.
These races. I should go to bed think about this. The G-Bell. No. The G-Bell Memorial Trophy. First, second, Oldbird race. The FC Smith Cup, Youngbird, second line, Youngbird. Well done, Mark.
They went out of film.
To me, as long as they look back on their life as being happy and they can remember a happy life, that's all I ever wanted.
Get a trophy as well.
Thank you.
I'll get this on.
Well, why? Yeah, man. Well, that way. Mike wants to be.
Well done.
Thank you. Cheers, man. Thank you.
People say to me, you're a bad loser. Is there any other way to be?
closer walk with thee. Granted, Jesus is my plea. Daily walking close to thee. Let it be, dear Lord.
I think I need help.
I want a pigeon now. That was absolutely brilliant. Can I please have Monochrome Media up to the stage, please? Turn your mic on. What characters did you guys have? They were fantastic. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, just want to say thanks to my dad, Mark over there. He's in the audience there. For helping us out. He was absolutely brilliant. And he made it. He absolutely made it. He even helped me out. He's sort of like an executive producer. We put on the credits as well because he helped me out, helped us all out a lot with providing some archive footage of the pigeons coming out of the big lorries because that didn't happen any time when we were shooting. It happened in about a few weeks on from the deadline, so we couldn't film that. And it happened, that I think was in another country as well. So yeah, so it was hard to get, so he provided us with that, and it kind of fitted really well with it. So yeah, and some other locations as well, including the auction. He got us in there. So yeah, thanks, Dad.
Fantastic. Okay, where shall I start? I think I'll start with Carl, please, Carl.
I really liked it, really enjoyed it. The only issue I had really was I think the audio levels were a bit. I couldn't really, you know, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear some of the words which the music was a bit too loud. But apart from that, I really enjoyed it. Again, insightful. I liked pigeons. Was your mother the mad woman in your first film in the first year? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she was, Carl.
The audience too.
Yeah, and there's one as well. The one that had dementia, I think it was.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, Glenn.
Really enjoyed it. Fascinating subject, fascinating characters. The lorry pigeon explosion thing was just breathtaking. How did you get the shot where you're up high watching the pigeons go in the big circle?
Yeah, we've got. It was actually a contact of Lorne's. He got us into someone called Alex. Droidcam, yeah, Alex, part of Droidcam, and he came round to Dad's loft, and he was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It took, he was controlling the height of it, and I was controlling the gimbal. So wow. I was tilting up and down, trying to follow the pigeons. It was so difficult, but I think they looked all right in the final edit. So yeah.
It was great.
Yeah, really happy. I think it was worth the money that we spent on that. Yeah, yeah.
And then just a really nice story, just heartwarming, and I loved just how it wasn't so much sit down and talk kind of documentary. It was kind of, I mean, I don't know a lot about documentaries, but it's more stand back and watch. And no, fascinating, really good, really enjoyed it.
I think in first year, especially, we made quite a lot of depressive subject films, and this year we kind of thought let's liven it up a bit. So the two films we produced, I'd say, are quite feel good. So yeah, we're pleased with that though.
Lorne, can I go to you, please?
Sure. Yeah. Great cinematography. The obvious shots are the flying shots and things. I'll talk about those in a sec. But for me, a great shot was just the thought to have the reverse opening at probably 10, 15 seconds in, the reverse of the guy on the stage, just to go behind him and get reverse. They're little details that we as an audience really appreciate, but it takes a bit of effort just to go around and get that shot. So congratulations on that. Lots of good stuff, lots of humour. Just tell me, when you conceived the idea, how has the film turned out differently to how you originally conceived it?
Yeah. Well, originally we was going to do sort of like just a sweet, innocent sort of explaining what pigeon racing is, explaining what pigeon fancies are, as Mark brilliantly sort of digressed across the whole film. But I think as we got more locations and more things like Rival, what's his name, Chris Bartlett. I mean, he was brilliant. He was full of Arsene Wenger quotes and all this, and you know, some really good stuff. And when we started editing it, we realised that we wanted the rivalry. We wanted and we speaking to Karen as well. We wanted that, you know, that sort of not bitter, but sort of quite
that came out during
sarcastically
the making,
sort of, you know, banter sort of rivalry, and we thought that, and in answer to your question, that sort of changed our view on it, and that is why we edited it like that, cutting back in, and sort of seeing how large Mark's loft is and how vast it is compared to maybe Chris's, which is quite small, and that's also added to the humour and etc.
It's the humour that came across, I think, that was very good. That you know, again, works with an audience. Yeah. It's interesting. Just it's on, you know, semantics. Your dad Mark has obviously helped you a lot, but to have exec producer, that gets you into different realms, especially when you leave here and then you get into selling the piece and profits and all that sort of stuff. So just take care with how you credit people. Using your flying shots in a way that they're great. I felt they used them up too early for me. You know, that's a sort of something to come to and really crescendo to the flying, you know, towards the end of the film rather than at that point.
Yeah, it was either it's 50-50 whether we keep them in the middle or push them to the back, which I thought I was going to do in the end, but then we kept with them in the middle. But I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's sort of a goodbye, a sort of this is a, you know, a thing at the end,
uplift.
like a nice up and out. But we felt like it sort of broke up the documentary. Like he bought the pigeon, then the words fly around, then the babies were able to be born, and then the nan would say the comments about how happy he is, and the races, and we thought that it just sort of nicely broke up the documentary.
No, the great shots.
It was either that or put text, and we know you hate text, Lawrence.
Don't want text or voiceover.
We didn't want to do that. Didn't want to
That's
put
the right
April,
choice then.
May.
Couple of little sound issues, as you know, there was some sound mixing, balancing issues. For me, the soundtrack doesn't work for me as the choice of the soundtrack, not necessarily to have a sound, but the choice of soundtrack for me. You know, it's a very modern, modern track with words and dialogue and stuff, and for me that doesn't quite work with the genre that you're doing. It's trying to push the uplift a bit too much. For me personally, it didn't work as the choice.
Okay, yeah. Well, in terms of the soundtrack, we tried to think. I was trying to play the piano with Joe with the Morants and trying to get something of our own and try and create that atmosphere better. But me and Joe, we liked the song, and we thought it fitted with the pigeons quite well, because it was it's a slow song and it gets into, it's like a layered song of the piano and then the drums and then all that.
Should have chosen a Birds track then.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it fitted better, but yeah.
Well done guys.
That, yeah.
Karen?
Yeah, it's the same thing. The music doesn't work in it. I mean, the graphics on screen, no, you don't need to put that up there about the birds. I'm just going to go through all the things and no-nos. No-no with grandma speaking and the music. You know, the mix, you've got to get the mix right. So every time you kind of drop the ball in the film, it's highlighted so much, because most of the film is just great. It's wonderful. It works in so many ways. If you make an audience laugh and humour, that means they're relating. You've opened the door. I think I've spoken about. Yeah. You've done it. You've got us hooked. But when you do those little mistakes, they stand out. Okay, they really stand out. And I've tasked you this year, haven't I? I've been on your case constantly. I've told you to do things, and you've done them, and I'm really pleased. I can see all of our conversations and our arguments and everything about you've got to get the argument, you've got to get the conflict and stuff. And I know it's been quite unnatural in some ways for you guys to do it. It's what documentary's about, is kind of manipulation a little bit and forcing it. So I'm really pleased to see all of that there. Timeline, you've got a bit of a timeline, show it in the film, give me some dates, you know, Pigeon's been born, and you know, give us a little bit of a journey here, because it is there in screen, force it. The house burning down, what happened there? I know this is not part of the documentary, it's just
right, well, yeah,
we've had this conversation and it's...
Do you want me to speak?
No, well, I mean, there's nothing to say.
Well, I think Joe had a bit of a tragedy, and I think we kind of wanted to leave that out.
Okay.
I think to be fair to Joe and his family, they've offered us enough. And
yeah, it's quite a big event to happen in the documentary. I know it's a horrible thing to talk about, but it was an amazing... Yeah, because you can see it from the GoPro shot and stuff.
Yeah,
And I know it's
it is included in the shot, and it's.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. No, that's absolutely fine.
Tom said
I
at
just-
the
well,
edit it
I
added
just
something.
didn't want to. So I just didn't want to not include the drone shots because
Yeah.
they're so nice. I mean,
Yeah.
I asked you, didn't I? I said, "Is it okay?" And you was like, "It's okay." But we didn't establish Joe's house, so we didn't. It wasn't like this is Joe's house and this is where he is. So we thought we might get away with it being just a house in the fields.
No, it's fine. I think you're missing my point. That as part of the journey of the whole family and something amazing and not nice, but it happened to you guys along the way and stuff. And I know that the pigeon hut wasn't burned down. No. It's a strange experience for all of you to go through. And I think
Smiling his head off about the pigeon hut being
I know.
over there. Yeah.
I think you can see, it could have been part of the documentary, and I think.
Yeah, I just think it was a little bit of a, maybe a no-go, a touchy subject.
We discussed it, but I think we decided with Joe that it wasn't necessary, and it was a bit gratuitous, really. And
I think when it happened, it was too soon to ask Mark that much of him to say, well, can you talk about all the stuff you've just lost, etc.
We'll re-edit over summer, won't we?
Yeah, we felt like it was unprofessional to just keep asking him, or can we film you?
So
that's why.
Well done. You've done it. You've got through the year. It's been a really hard year for you guys and stuff, and you've done it really well. Well done. Congrats.
Thank you. Okay, so now we got two. So now we're on to our last documentary, which is by Cosmic Productions, not Pictures, as I said earlier, and it's their documentary called The One Wheel Movement, and it's an insight into the evolving life of unicycling.
I'm Kevin Cullaby. I saw some guys on TV riding unicycles down the road and I thought it was amazing, and I asked my dad for a unicycle for Christmas and he found one, and this was in about 87 I think, so yeah, a long time ago. Once a guy had to cut me loose. I was hungover and I went to get like a Lucozade, and within seconds of leaving my house, laces came undone, got wrapped around the unicycle straight over the front, and all the traffic had to stop because I was just wriggling around in the road, literally with a unicycle stuck between my legs, unable to reach my foot. And this dear old boy who was getting a paper, he got his pen knife out and he cut me free of it. It was so funny.
My name's Jamie. I've been doing circus for about 3 or 4 years and unicycling for a little bit longer than that. I was always into BMX and mountain biking and all of that sort of stuff, and it was sort of a natural progression, really. Probably favourite memory was I was unicycling, juggling 2 balls and drinking a cup of tea, which was then put onto a birthday cake for me, so that was pretty great.
I'm Liam Jones, I'm 19 years old and I work in the circus. Well, I'm always wanted to be in the circus since I was really young, and the circus school kind of gave me a gateway into all of that, and then from there I've gained the confidence to go out and perform and train.
For a teacher, for students to be into what you're into is great. I like it when people come to me and they say, I've always wanted to ride a unicycle, and I can get them that first step. The first have a go, people are very frightened.
It gets you out more and you meet a lot of new people, and definitely the exercise. I really enjoy the physical stuff and the mental and just overcoming things all the time.
I do things like parades, children's parties. I teach unicycling to children, which is great fun. The worst thing that happens, I'm sure you won't mind me telling you, the old crown jewels do get a bit sore. As far as injuries, it's not that dangerous. It really isn't. The internet is really helping bring riders together. 20 years or so ago, people didn't really know about each other, and there was a few unicyclists here or there, and the internet allowed people to communicate.
Yeah, the level's definitely been upped lately. Sort of like the standard of tricks and sort of the stuff that people are coming out with nowadays is just, you know, second to none from what it used to be. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's becoming like more of a sport now as well as like a circus skill. There's like lots of different branches.
Well, there's more sort of unicycle-based sports evolving, like unicycle basketball, unicycle hockey.
Hi, I'm Jack Bradford. So I was a teenager, I used to juggle, I went to the circus school, and then I just picked up unicycle through that. The younger you start, the easier it is. I think I was about 15 when I first started riding.
Hi, I'm Ian.
I'm Charlotte.
And Charlotte knew I had one, so she took mine into magic school and learned at the same time as I was trying to learn.
I'm Peter Harris.
I'm Archie McIntosh.
I learnt at school. My form tutor, we had 3 unicycles, so me and my friends each learned how to unicycle. We did Comic Relief 1989, ran the school, sponsored ride on our unicycle. Then I gave it up for a bit. This club was being filmed for South today, spoke with the organisers and joined. Now I run the club.
The tournaments are really good. It's 5 versus 5 in the team, and there's usually you have about 5 or 6 teams come along, and it's an all-day event. It's all really friendly.
It's one of those sports where you play it all year round. It can be hilarious. You can look behind it, just be a train smash. Bodies and unicycles on the floor.
Unicycle hockey started about 1994, and the last couple of years it's really progressed.
My name is Simon Berry, I'm 20 years old and I ride with Voodoo Unicycles, which is a display team in the UK. I got into unicycling just after my 13th birthday, and I went to see a mate and he had one in his garage and he was selling it, so I gave him 20 quid for it. And I thought, oh, this will be fun to do for a half term. I think they say on average it takes about 10 to 15 hours, and I think I kind of fitted into that. In 2013, at the British Unicycling Championships, I won the flatland competition, which meant that I became the UK champion, which obviously was quite a big moment for me in that that was the thing I'd been progressing for over the last 5 or 6 years.
I'm Rob Terry, I'm 21 and I'm a professional extreme unicyclist. I was just rubbish on 2 wheels. I tried BMX, wasn't very good at it. Still wanted a bit of a challenge, so thought I might try unicycling. Met a few people around me that rode as well, and they introduced me through YouTube to kind of what you can do and what we're doing now, which is extreme unicycling.
My name's Mike Taylor, I'm 21 years old and I'm an extreme unicyclist. I got into unicycling by my parents getting me on for Christmas, and I rode it, tried riding it for a year, got into it a bit. Then started watching things on YouTube and just got inspired from there. It's never gonna be perfect it's just never gonna be perfect. I'm always learning. Yeah, we went to Bahrain last year in November to the international race circuit and did 3 or 4 days of demos there. That was fun. And last year I also broke the high jump world record, which is now 1.37 m over a bar.
My name is Jason Auld. I'm a professional extreme unicyclist. I saw one in a shop window and I was at an age where I was trying to find a way to stand out from other people, I think. Trying to explore like who I was. I was gravitating towards things that pulled me apart from the rest of the other people. And I saw unicycling and I thought, no one does that, and that's really dumb. Well, I suppose to a certain degree it's defined my life. You know, I always find myself tempted to say unicycling isn't what I do, but it's who I am. A sense of freedom. Actually have physical interactions with people over like-minded things where you share philosophy and you share passion for something and you feel that you can express yourselves in the same way as someone else. Ultimately, I would say that's how it's changed my life.
I guess it's different. Like, you don't often see somebody riding down the street on a unicycle, so you do it and it kind of makes people happy sometimes because they don't see it very often and they're like, oh, it's a fun thing I saw today.
On the unicycle, you're in control, and with a bike, there's loads of different parts, and with a unicycle, it's just one thing, and it just works better with my brain.
I think it's benefited my life by being more active than I usually am.
It's also brought me closer to other people. So it's a very, very small community, but it's almost like a community of individuals.
It's become my job, but also something that I'm passionate about, so making money doing something I love.
It's not practical, it's not easy. Like, people are always like, you can't go very fast, you can't do this, you can't do that. and it's inherently unstable. It's an inherently impractical form of transport. But I think the thing that attracts people is that it is difficult, and that the road that is easiest to travel is not always the one that's worth travelling. We've done things like we performed it at the Olympic Village for the 2012 London Olympics, and that was like a big deal, I guess. And I mean, these guys have seen the sport grow, but like I started it before, like the discipline of unicycling that I do is street unicycling. I started riding, and street unicycling wasn't even really codified at that point. There was no real name for it. It just kind of started, and so to see that grow over the years has been pretty incredible, actually.
Definitely over the last 10 years it's evolved a lot.
I think it's quite hard to tell where unicycling is going to go, because it's kind of out there as a thing, because like in the 70s there was skateboarding that kind of ran its path, and then BMX came in and that followed a really similar trajectory. But with unicycling I'm not really sure if it's going to take the same one, because just by nature it's kind of quite difficult to get into. I don't think it's as accessible, but I don't know, we might see it take off in strange ways that we never thought it would.
Introductions to the stage, please. Well done. I'll remember this one day. Who would like the mic? Actually, which one? Hello, hello. It should be on now. Give it a tap. Yep.
Hello. Thank you everyone for enjoying it. I hope you did enjoy it. Just to give you a little background to it, like the unicycling idea itself, I came up with it quite weirdly. I was just stood at work and saw someone going past, like on Winchester High Street, on what I thought was an electric unicycle. Kind of spurred on this whole research thing and just discovered that unicycling was a lot bigger than I knew and than everyone else in the group knew. So we thought, that's a documentary right there.
Well, when we first saw about the electric unicycle, we thought, oh, extreme sports in the UK, how can it be a thing, like how it's evolving and stuff like that. But when we started sending out for primaries, but then the response we got back from the unicycle community was amazing, and we got more got more research into them, got to know the groups, and we just thought this will do great for us. So. Yeah, thank you for all the unicyclists if you're watching. Yeah, it was a lot of fun working with you.
Fantastic. Should I go to the judges? Okay, I'm going to go to Carl, please.
I really enjoyed it. I would have liked fewer participants and more depth. Like, for example, I really enjoyed the idea, the concept of hockey. It's a great idea. League. The hockey league.
I think there's about
there is one.
9 teams in the UK. Yeah, there's
9 teams?
Yeah. It's small.
Broadly speaking, I would like more depth, really, and less individuals saying essentially the same thing. So perhaps we pick for maybe 4 people and develop their stories a little bit more. Perhaps give us some insight into the technique. Yeah, but apart from that, I liked it.
Fantastic. Glenn, can I go to you? Have you ever tried unicycling?
You can just make a documentary about anything, can't you? It's crazy. Unicycling. Made my eyes water, the guys up in London. Well, what made you pick those 3? What you said you got a lot of feedback from the unicycling community. What made you go with those 3 groups of people?
With Swamp Circus, which was the first guys, we chose to do the circus because that's where mainly unicycle originated from, because it was a performance before it was a sport, really. And then they talked we felt Ava found Southampton Penguins, and we like couldn't believe they were doing it on like hockey on unicycles. And then Voodoo was one of the best at they kept coming at us, they kept talking, they were really supportive, and they were really really wanted to be a part of it. So.
Brilliant, thank you.
Lawn.
Hello. Yeah, good things I liked was the new world you took me into, unicycling, and I think you had some good locations. Went up to the embankment and various other locations. So you gave us quite a breadth of the sport generally. I think it was too long, and I don't think that necessarily in physical time. I think that's because of something that Carl mentioned, which is that we didn't really get in depth to the journeys. I think it could have stayed physically at the same time, but because we sort of repeated a lot of the information, we didn't get into personal journeys. And maybe a journey, if there was an event coming up or a competition or something, that would take us on this sort of, journey. And that's what I think it needed. It was a lot of the similar shots. I like again, who was on camera?
We all were.
We all were, okay. The video portraits, I thought the video portraits worked well. Again, music all the way through. No, you needed to break it up. You need different music, or lose the music, or change the music, because it really makes the thing become sort of one frequency almost. So have a look at that. I think there's opportunities for me to experience what it's like up there, tottering on with my I won't go there, but on a single on this wheel, someone just holding a GoPro, or just getting up there so I can see what it's like, and actually get me involved as a viewer a little bit. There's a very simple, way of doing that. But there's some good things. It did take us into the sport. I just think a depth, a journey, and I think that would have added a lot more to it as well. So well done.
Karen?
I agree with what the guys have said. There's problems with this, there's problems with this. We've been talking about it and stuff. It leans too much towards promo. It's like you say, it's a kind of bullet out the gate. It's so fast-paced, and it's a deluge of information. And we've talked about this, that we never get to see them, or just, you've done the opposite. We have no talking heads. We don't actually get to see them physically sit there and talk to us. And I'd love to know about the day jobs and why they do this, the sense of escapism. And I think it was the last person, the Scottish guy, who started to express about why he does it. And then I was becoming more interested. But I'm not telling you anything you don't know. All this from feedback. Like everyone said, there's really good things here. It's an unusual topic. I think Carl said it. Let's go on a journey. Let's have competition. Let's meet the characters. Yep, too much of a promo. That's the issue. Oh yes, and you should have watched Dead Boys in the Dogtown. Lorne's just shown me that, the classic documentary. But overall, it's good for what it is.
So can we have a huge round of applause, please, for Cosmic Production? Thank you. Okay, so now's the nervous, excited, scared, brilliant part. The judges are going to go for a 30-minute deliberation, and they're going to obviously pick the awards. Now, we also have the People Award, which I'm sure is just for students. Jess has got some leaflets, nomination form things to do. So we've got those, and so 30 minutes time, we will have some winners. I'm excited. Enjoy your break. Everyone's been waiting for to find out who's won some lovely awards today. But before we do, can we just all have a big round of applause for all the hard work that everyone's put in? Okay, judges, up you come. Should we have you along here near the awards? Yeah? There you go, good actually. Come through. Yeah?
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to stagger the awards because there's so many this year.
So many.
Students choosing your own awards. So we'll start with drama.
Yeah, we'll do. What should we say? Best sound to start with.
And we'll start with best sound.
Best sound, Carl. Do you want to
Give a little. Is it any one of these, or are they written on?
There is one that says best sound. Let me be the helpful magician's assistant. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I've got it. I'll just try not to get fingerprints on them. Okay. So this is best sound, yeah?
All right, yeah. Okay, so, I don't know what to say. Can you hear me, since it's sound? Okay. I haven't got a monologue, I'm afraid, and I'm pretty sure you're grateful about that, really. But there was a lot of good work. We've seen a variety of different approaches to lots of different subjects, which has been really good. But when it comes to awarding the sound, the one I think that was perhaps innovative and also very challenging, I know, but well arrived at challenge, if that makes sense. And the sound thing will go to the Girl Machine and Contacts Mirrored. Yeah. Sorry. Do you want to say some things?
Thanks. Thanks to all of our parents for creating legends, and thanks for coming, because we wanted a decent turnout and we got it. So, yay.
Woo! Go girls! Feminists! Yeah.
Hello.
I'll find it for you, don't worry.
Okay, we're still with drama. We're going to mix it up a little bit as well, so we're going to go from drama to doc in a minute, but we're going to stay with drama. Best editing. Editing really covers everything post-production, from good picture mixing, good picture cuts, good pace, good use of sound. And within drama, that all has to feed into the story as well. So, whether it's using effects or grading, all that forms part of the edit. We don't see the edit as an audience, really, but we certainly know when it's not good. This particular film and particular group did a sterling job in all elements of editing. And for best editing on drama goes to Mirrored for Contact. You can scroll whatever name, I'll give you a pen.
It's not mine or yours or like one individual. This has been like a group effort, and we've all as a group put so much like time and just so much effort into making these, and I am so proud with the turnout, and yeah, I couldn't have picked a better group to work with, so thank you girls.
Congratulations.
Pictures.
I feel like I should maybe duck down here in a minute. There we go.
Right, okay, shall we have a little bit of doc? Still with drama? Stay with drama, okay. All right, okay, I'll hand it over.
We're going to save drama for a little bit. We're going to give them the Best Screenplay Award. And screenplay is about bringing your idea to the screen in an interesting and stimulating way, and also about what you bring to the screen, about maturity of topic and about an exploration of a topic. And for the Best Screenplay, this is why it goes to House of Panda.
Woo!
Oh, sorry, mate. This one. What is it?
Just check, make sure I get the right one because you're. Yeah, that's right. Okay, moving on to documentary, again, cinematography award. Obviously now, when it comes to cinematography and documentary, as I said, in my view, that it's really dependent upon the subject matter, and that it's not just a question of having a well-leveled camera and well-exposed camera, because sometimes the real world doesn't allow you to do that, so it becomes more about being able to capture the content, etc. However, on this occasion, the cinematography award will go to Monochrome, because of the variety of different shots that they've had, etc., and the consistent exposure of the work.
Well done.
Gonna get Tom's beard in, yeah?
This is the award that I wanted to get, really. Really wanted to get, being a cameraman, and Reese as well. So hoping he gets drama as well. So, yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Congrats.
For documentary, the students, which none of the parents are really seeing at the moment, they have to promote their documentary films. So they have to make trailers and press packs on their own film website, and they can share them around. You can see them actually on the UFest site, all the different promotions they've done. And all the students have done really good promotion this year. I mean, a lot of people have done Kickstarter, but no one's had their Kickstarter funded. And it's been a really close call, but the winner of Best Promotion is Mirrored Pictures.
So this is best story in the documentary side of things. Documentaries as well as dramas needs characters, and the winner of this award was full of characters, I thought. The only thing I thought was a bit upsetting was it wasn't balanced enough. I really wanted to know if Frankie from the Saturdays felt the same way about his dad. If they'd have talked about that, you know, I would have got more of a rounded idea. But so he does go to Pigeon Fancier, Monochrome Media.
You all right? Here you go, guys. Someone take the mic. Say a few words about Frankie from the Saturdays for your dad.
Yeah, well, I think we'd all say the same thing. I mean, big thanks to Mark. This wouldn't be anything without Mark, really. He's helped us out all the time. I mean, he even helped me fix my tyre after filming him. So, yeah, that was an experience. But, yeah, I mean, big round of applause to Mark. He's an absolute legend. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, back to drama. This is Best Original we've had best screenplay, which is like the blueprint, really, for everything that sort of leads after that. And most original is either looking at a story in an original way or actually looking at something that we've not seen before. And this, the film that won this category, did both in a way. So most original for drama goes to Mirrored for Contact.
I'll go and get a trolley. Wait there.
Okay, back to doc. Stay with me, stay with me. Back to documentary. This is for Best Investigative. This is turning over stones, you know, wheedling out stories, putting yourself as a documentary filmmaker into areas that we don't necessarily want to go. As drama, drama producers and creators, everything's very controlled. We have our locations, we have our actors, everything's set and controlled, and everything's preparation, then bang, it's a week of shooting. Documentary, it's different. It's people putting themselves in the real world, really. So investigation or investigative, there was one film that really stood out clearly as a winner of this, and that was House of Panda.
Well done, guys.
Okay, I'm trying to speed this up. We've got lots of things. This is for drama, so this is for best production. So this is the overall best production values seen on screen, from camera to sound to editing to lighting to actors. And this goes to Mirrored.
Okay, so the next award is for cinematography, and again, this group have done consistently well since I've met them in the first year, and I was lucky enough to meet them in the first year. I haven't had much to do with them in the second year, but hopefully I'll meet them again in the third year. But I'm not surprised at the consistency of this group for the cinematography, which goes to Monochrome.
Well done.
Just cut and paste these. Yeah? Is that it? Cinematography, drama.
What did Carl just give you there? What was the award you just got? For drama. Okay, thank you. Okay. Carl, you're still there. It's
Okay.
documentary.
Cool, yeah. I know what I'm doing. Or do I? I'll just triple check. Yeah. Back in the room. Okay, yeah, this final one is for editing in documentary. Again, not that surprised, really. I'm really happy to work with this group again in the first year, and I've seen them work consistently throughout the second year. And I'm really not the least bit surprised by the way the wickets have fallen today. But the best editing, and incidentally, I've got to say also when I awarded you girls the best sound as well, it was for the same reasons, just the amount of commitment that you guys have showed to your work. And the amount of detail that you put into your work, I just find is fantastic. And I've got a lot of respect for you, and I'm expecting great things in your third year. So the editing for documentary goes to Mirren.
Well done, girl.
This is an award that I kind of really like. I put a lot of work into the editing the documentary, and there's still parts of it that I'm just not happy with. But I think everyone will know that when you're editing something, you're never happy. There's always something you want to change. So I'm happy with how it turned out, and it took a long week and a long time, but it got there. So I just want to thank everyone. Yeah.
The next award is for documentary. It's for best production. So don't sit down. Come back up. Mirrored Productions.
Just stay up here. Just stand there. Okay. Documentary or drama?
Who's you're reading at the. Okay.
I'm going to read out the People's Choices one, but I'm not sure if we're doing the drama one or the. Well, I know who they are actually, don't I?
Should we take a vote?
There we go. Yeah, it wasn't. Jess will explain.
Okay, so I organised the People's Choice Award, so I just want to explain how we came about of who the winner is for the People's Choice Award for both things. So basically, I created this sheet, which all the students that took part today, they circled who they thought created the best drama and then the best documentary. And then they had 5 stars for each like production, and they had to rate them out of 5. So it was very hard to work out, but it came out.
Okay, so if I was to tell you it was close for the People's Choice for drama, it was very, very close, and was actually to begin with a tie between Contact and Dying Ember. But from the stars and the way the stars work, Contact won by 0.5. So Mirrored Pictures, if you could come up, please. Well done, girls. Do you want to say anything?
Hang on, wait.
Have you got one each yet? Sorry, wrong award. I can't hold a microphone and read.
I just want to thank like the whole production, well, you guys as well, but all you guys for actually voting for us and thinking that we did a good job. And I'm really sorry it was 0.5, but it was one of your group that actually put 0.5, so it's down to you guys.
And can I just say, while we're here,
just thought I'd create that little extra.
The People's Choice, just don't sit down. The People's Choice documentary was a tie between 3, which was the One Wheel Movement, the Pigeon Fancier and People Watching, and by 1 star lead, Mirrored Pictures with People Watching.
Okay, best overall drama was a film that drew us all in with great acting, great direction, lights, lighting, the effects, everything, and it goes to Mirrored Pictures for Contact.
And get back. We've got one left yet. I have no idea who's won it.
And the last award goes to best documentary. And at the start of the year, I taxed the students with this issue of opening a door. I said, open a door and show me something new and go on a little journey and take the audience on a journey and let us see and feel people and get to know these people and get to like these people. And it was a real close call because there was really good documentaries this year. But the best overall journey, open a door and get me to like people, goes to Monochrome Media. Woo!
You get a goodie bag too, boys. Get a goodie bag.
Okay, so that's all the prizes. It is all the prizes, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, that's all.
The other one's on eBay, I think. So wait a second. I just want to say a few things. Putting together a production, even a short production, 10, 9, 12 minutes long, takes a lot of intense work, a lot of organisation, and it's really no surprise, really, to me that the groups that won the most awards were the ones with the best planning, the best long-term planning, and the best command of the equipment. I think everybody did some really, really good work. Everybody, I think, showed a great deal of potential. But the prizes will always consistently go to the most rounded film, because you can have great cinematography, you can have great acting, you can have great editing, you can have great lighting, but unless all the planets line up in the same manner, you're really just going to end up with just a good cameraman or a good lighting person. But to bring all those components together takes a lot of commitment, not least because of group work. It's groups that make films. Very few people make films on their own. And so the prizes that were won today were really a testament to the organisation of the commitment to each other as well as to the idea. And I think those of you who are going into the third year, if you can hold on to those kind of ideas, just make sure you get yourselves into good working groups, plan ahead, make sure that you're ahead of the curve, because things always go wrong. There's so many things that can go wrong, they will go wrong. You've got to be at the other end to pick them up, move on, and still maintain the strength and integrity of the piece of work that you've done. So I'll just round up, if I may. I just want to say thank you to all the relatives who've come to see the films. I hope you've been pleasantly surprised by the level of work that many of our students are producing. Also to the students who've come here from the first year, and some of the students that have come here from the third year, who were in this place last year, of course. I just want to say thank you very, very, very much, and thank you all very, very, very much indeed. And I'm really looking forward, and we're all really looking forward to working with you all next semester when you come back all brown and tan from your holidays. So thank you very much, everybody.
I'm just going to say a couple of words, then I'll hand over to Karen to finish off. I think, as Carl said, prizes are very subjective in a way. It's what we look to measure. So, but the standard generally is coming up every year. So everybody should be pleased with what you've done. You know you've got things to do. You know what you can work on. Hopefully we've been clear. And for parents and and relations and people who have come, it's difficult because we're trying to judge and give quality feedback, but it has to be constructive as well. So hopefully you saw what we give back, and soon what your sons and daughters have given up here as well. I just want to say, I know we thank the first years and second years. I just want to see all the people who have left, the graduates who have come back. Can you just put your hands up at the back there? These are the people that were in this position 2 years ago. And they've probably got a lot of experience now because they've been out there in the working world. I would actually be quizzing them about getting jobs and about what they do and what you need to do to get jobs. So thank you for all coming. I just want to also just thank the committee. Who is that? I wonder who that is. Oh, it's you guys. Right. I think you've done a sterling job, fantastic job. with the organisation and what you've done here. Karen and myself and Carl, you don't realise, we're actually going to come back in September, are we? Because we're going to just hand the programme over to the girls here to run it, so we can just stay on the holiday. We'll come back in like October, November time, if that's all right. Okay. But I just want a round of applause for the committee. Thank you. And as much as I'm looking forward to a summer myself, I'm also looking forward to the third year and seeing your supervision work and actually seeing what you do in the third year, because there's some really good potential here. So well done to you. Karen.
I just sort of back up what Lorne says. Well done, girls, for running the whole show, really, all by yourselves and doing all of this. It's been absolutely great. I think, I don't want to say anything. I just want to get all the second years to stand up for me. Give us a big stand up and a big round of applause for everyone from the second years. And a big thank to Glenn and to Carl Ellison, Lorne Guy. Second years talk to graduates and talk to third years. Well done, everyone. And to hostess with the mostess.
Hostess with the mostess.
Yeah, there is something I would like to say. I would like to say some thank yous to ABM AMRO, to a lovely man called John Harrison who's here, who's helped to sponsor, and also to the help of IT services. Congratulations, everybody, and have a lovely Saturday evening for your awards, and don't drop them.
All the goodie bags given out.
I think so.
What were the goodie bags?
I don't know what they were.
Thank you. I was expecting